Story 1, Whiteout Freight. The reefer alarm screamed like an animal being skinned alive, and the sound punched straight through the cab insulation and into my molars. I snapped awake with my cheek stuck to the vinyl seat, tasting copper. Outside my windshield, there was only white. No horizon, no spruce line, no moon, just a blizzard so thick it looked solid, like I'd driven into a wall of bone dust. My dash clock blinked 2:13 a.m. The temperature read -42. The engine was still idling, but the RPM needle shivered like it was afraid. Then the radio crackled, and a voice that sounded exactly like mine whispered, "Robert Hayes, don't open the doors." I lay still for 3 breaths, waiting for my own voice to stop talking. The alarm kept shrieking. The reefer unit behind me coughed and restarted in a stuttering rhythm like it was choking on its own fuel line. My fingers found the CB mic by muscle memory. "Breaker 19, I said, and my voice sounded wrong, thin, stretched. "Any northbound on the Dalton near mile 180, you copy." Static, then the same whisper again, not through the CB, through the cab itself, close enough I felt warmth against my ear. "You already asked, you already got answered." I sat up so fast my spine popped. The sleeper curtain swayed. My bunk was empty. I was alone. I always ran alone. Yet the cab smelled like someone else had been breathing in here for hours, stale coffee, wet wool, and something faintly sweet like thawing meat. The reefer alarm hit a higher pitch and changed cadence. Not a malfunction, a warning. It meant the trailer temperature had climbed above set point. That should have been impossible in this cold. -42 would freeze fuel gel in the lines if you weren't careful. I grabbed my flashlight and reached for the clipboard where I kept the bills of lading. My hands shook so badly the beam jittered over my dash. Bill, Anchorage Cold Storage to Prudhoe Bay Distribution. Contents: medical supplies, food, and 1 sealed crate labeled with a hazmat diamond and an internal code I hadn't been able to decode. I remembered the shipping clerk's eyes, how she wouldn't meet mine when she had me sign. She de-slid the pen to me like it was contaminated. The whisper came again, a little louder. "You can't pull seals once they're set, Rob. You signed, so drive." "Don't call me that," I muttered, because no one did. Out here I was Hayes or Driver or Hey You. Rob was what my mother used right before she said she was proud or disappointed. The whisper laughed, soft, like breath on glass. I'd rolled north on March 14th, 2023 after a week of deadheading and a winter that wouldn't loosen its grip. The Dalton Highway was a long strip of black ice and trucker superstition, a road that punished arrogance. You didn't treat it like I-80. You didn't treat it like a job. You treated it like a thing that could hear you. I'd been hauling reefer loads for 8 years, mostly lower 48, but Alaska paid better, and I told myself I was tough enough. That's what I always told myself. Tough enough to leave my ex in Fairbanks and not look back. Tough enough to ignore the way the winter darkness got inside your head and rearranged the furniture. The first weird thing had happened in the daylight, and that's what makes me sick when I think about it. If it had started at night in a storm, I could have blamed fatigue. But it started under a pale sun, with the road stretching clean ahead and my cab warm and humming. At the hilltop truck stop outside Anchorage, I'd fueled and grabbed coffee that tasted like burned plastic. A driver in a Carhartt coat leaned against the counter, watching me with a flat expression. He had an old scar that split his eyebrow and his pupils were too big for the light. When I glanced at him, he said, "You hauling whiteout freight?" "Just reefer," I told him, because nobody needed to know more. He smiled like I'd said something funny. "Reefer don't scream unless it wants out." I laughed, forced and brief, and walked away. His words followed me to my rig like a smell. On the way out of the lot, my CB picked up a fragment of conversation from another channel. "Don't open the doors. Already inside." I cranked the squelch knob until the static turned into silence and told myself it was just talk. Truckers love talk. Ghost stories, road legends, warnings that make you feel part of a club. I'd always rolled my eyes at that stuff. By the time I hit the Elliott Highway and turned onto the Dalton, the sky had darkened in that quick Alaskan way, as if someone had taken a dimmer switch to reality. The spruce trees leaned under snow load like tired men. The road narrowed. My headlights cut tunnels through falling ice crystals that glittered like tiny teeth. At mile marker 56, I passed the first abandoned vehicle, a pickup half buried in a drift, windshield punched out, doors open like arms flung wide. No footprints around it. No skid marks, just a truck left behind like it had been set there for display. At mile 73, my GPS blinked and the screen went blank. My phone had no signal, of course. That was normal. But the GPS didn't just lose satellite. It reset itself and then displayed a route that didn't exist. A thin blue line curved off the Dalton into white space, as if the map had forgotten what land was. A little icon labeled destination pulsed, and the distance read 0 miles. I tapped the screen hard enough to leave a fingerprint smear. It stayed at 0. The CB crackled and a voice said, "You're right where you need to be." I glanced at the channel. It was set to 19. I hadn't touched it. My throat tightened. "Who's this?" I asked. "Silence then, you." I looked in my side mirror. Only my trailer, long and pale, the reflective tape flashing in my headlights. No other rigs, no tail lights behind. The road was empty. That was the first time I felt the road watching me. As the night deepened, the cold intensified. It wasn't just temperature, it was pressure, a thing that pressed in on the cab from all sides. My breath puffed out and then fell in slow motion toward my lap. The heater worked, but the glass still frosted at the edges, and the frost patterns weren't random. They formed lines, branching like veins, converging toward the center of the windshield as if something outside was mapping my face. At the Yukon River crossing, I stopped like everyone does, partly to check chains, partly because you always stop there. The river was a black slash under a bridge that groaned like it was alive. The truck stop was lit up like a floating island of yellow light. I pulled in beside two other rigs, both idling. One had a tarp over the hood. No drivers in sight. Inside, the air smelled of fryer grease and wet socks. A woman behind the counter looked up when I entered, and her eyes widened in a way that made my skin crawl. "You're early," she said. "I'm on schedule," I answered, because I didn't like the way she said it. She leaned forward. "You didn't get the warning." "What warnings?" She hesitated, then looked over my shoulder at the big window that faced the lot. Snow swirled past it like ash. "They say the freight's white this year," she whispered. "They say it rides the reefer. You don't open the doors for nobody, not even if they beg." I felt the coffee in my stomach turn sour. Who's they? But she'd already turned away, wiping a clean counter with a dirty rag. Conversation over. I ate a burger I couldn't taste and forced myself to drink water. The other patrons were two drivers and a man in a state trooper hat who didn't have any patches. They sat with their backs to each other like strangers on a bus. Nobody made eye contact. The TV above the counter showed a weather map with the north half of the state painted in angry purple. A scrolling alert at the bottom said whiteout conditions. Travel not advised. When I went back outside, my rig's running lights looked dimmer than before, as if the snow was swallowing them. My trailer doors were rimed with ice. The seal was intact. But there was something else. A handprint on the frosted metal, palm out, fingers splayed as if someone had pressed their hand there from the inside. I stared at it until my eyes watered. I didn't want to touch it, but I did anyway, my gloved hand over the print. The frost under my palm softened. Warmth seeped into my glove like breath. I yanked my hand back and stumbled away. My glove smelled faintly sweet, like thawing meat. I climbed into the cab fast, locked the doors, and sat with my hands on the wheel, heart hammering hard enough to make my vision pulse. "It's nothing," I said out loud. "It's physics, heat differential, some cargo shifted." The whisper answered almost kindly. "Say it again, say it until you believe it." I started rolling north again, and the road narrowed further. The forest thinned. The sky became a lid. My headlights illuminated snow that didn't fall straight down. It rose in spirals from the road's surface, as if the road was exhaling. Around mile marker 112, the reefer unit hiccuped and then surged louder. The alarm chirped once, warning. I checked the trailer temp on the dash monitor. Set point 34 degrees F. Actual 46 degrees F. "How?" I whispered. Outside was colder than a freezer. Inside, the trailer should have been locked in ice. Yet the monitor insisted it was warming like a living body. I adjusted the set point down to 28 degrees F, then 20 degrees F. The reefer unit roared. The alarm stopped. For 5 minutes, the temp began to drop. I exhaled. Then it climbed again, faster this time. 46, 52, 58. The smell in the cab returned. Wet wool, stale coffee, thawing meat. My stomach clenched so hard I gagged. The CB crackled without me touching it. "Stop fighting," my own voice said. "It's hungry." I slammed the mic down. "Shut up," I snapped. The voice chuckled. "You always talk to yourself when you're scared. This is just the first time you're hearing the answer." "Lord." The road ahead shimmered like heat haze on asphalt in summer. That couldn't happen at -42. But it did. My headlights bent through it and the beam warped, making the snowflakes look like long white worms. I blinked hard, told myself it was fatigue. I'd been driving 7 hours within legal. I wasn't hallucinating. I couldn't afford to. My dash clock ticked forward. 2:21, 2:22, 2:23. At 2:24, it jumped back to 2:13. I stared, the digits flickered, then held steady at 2:13. The exact time I'd woken earlier. A cold bead of sweat slid down my ribs. No, not possible. Electrical glitch. Battery voltage drop. I smacked the dash. The clock held at 2:13 like it was mocking me. The CB whispered, "You're looping." My hands tightened on the wheel until my knuckles hurt. "I'm not." "You are," it said. "This stretch eats time, it chews, it swallows, it spits you back. You keep coming through with fresh skin, and it keeps learning the shape of you." The road sign for mile marker 112 appeared again, emerging from the storm like a familiar face you hoped never to see. I knew it. I'd just passed it. The same dent on the post. The same spray of frost around the numbers. My throat went dry. The reefer temp monitor beeped and displayed 58 degrees F. I began to smell smoke, faint but growing. I sniffed the air like a dog. It was coming from behind the cab wall from the trailer. My mind flashed through worst-case scenarios: reefer unit fire, electrical short, cargo damage. If the trailer caught, I'd die. Out here, you didn't survive a fire and a blizzard. You became part of the landscape. I pulled the rig to the shoulder as best I could. The tires crunched through drift. I set the parking brake and sat for 1 second, forcing myself to decide. "Don't open the doors," the woman had said. "Don't, not even if they beg." But if the trailer was on fire, rules didn't matter. I grabbed the fire extinguisher, clipped on my headlamp, and stepped out into the storm. The cold hit me like a hammer. It stole breath, stole thought. My eyelashes froze together for a moment. The wind shoved at my body as if trying to push me back into the cab. Snow packed instantly into the folds of my jacket. My boots sank to mid-shin. The world was a roaring white throat. I made my way along the trailer, hand on the side rail, counting my steps to keep from getting turned around. The reflective tape blurred. The trailer seemed longer than it should have been. I kept walking, and the end wouldn't come. Panic flared. I stopped and looked back. My cab was 20 feet away, lights glowing like embers. The trailer between us looked normal length. I looked forward again. The end was still not there, just white and metal stretching into nothing. I swallowed hard and forced myself onward. At last, the trailer doors appeared out of the storm, looming like a cliff face. The seal hung from the latch, intact. The hazmat crate code sticker glowed strangely in my headlamp beam, as if inked with something reflective that wasn't meant for light. Frost covered everything except one patch low on the left door, where the metal was bare, wet. A smear like a hand had wiped it clean from the inside. Then the door thudded. I froze, another thud harder right behind the latch. The vibration traveled through the metal and into my bones. Something inside had hit the door with a body. I stepped back, extinguisher clutched in both hands. "Hey," I shouted, but the wind ripped my voice away. "Who's in there?" A muffled sound came through the door, not words, but a wet choking, like someone trying to speak with a mouth full of slush. Then, distinctly, my own voice. "Open it, Rob, I can't breathe." My mouth fell open, my lungs tightened. The headlamp beam shook as my hands trembled. "No," I said, and the word came out as a white puff. The door thudded again, and something scratched at the seam, slow and deliberate like fingernails dragging along metal. The sound made my teeth ache. I imagined skinless fingers, frostbitten, tearing. My own voice begged, "Please, please, I'm freezing, you left me." A memory slammed into me. Fairbanks, 2 years ago, a fight in a trailer park lot, my ex standing in a snowbank with her coat unzipped, screaming at me while I backed my pickup away. Her words had been lost in the wind, but I'd read her mouth, "You left me." I staggered, almost fell. The storm seemed to tilt. The trailer doors loomed closer, like they were leaning toward me. The reefer unit above the doors kicked on with a metallic howl. Hot air blasted out from the vent, wrong, impossibly warm. It smelled like rot. I raised the extinguisher nozzle at the seam between the doors as if it could ward off whatever was inside. "I'm not opening it," I shouted. "I'm not." Silence for a beat, then the whisper right at my ear even though I was outside in the wind. "Then you'll freeze with it." My head whipped around, nothing but white. The cab lights flickered, once, twice, then went out. In the sudden darkness, my headlamp became the only light, a thin cone swallowed by snow. I could no longer see the cab, only the trailer doors in front of me and the endless metal stretching away behind me. My throat constricted. If I lost the rig in the storm, I'd die in minutes. The cold would numb my hands, then my feet, then my brain. I'd lay down and never stand again. I took a step toward where the cab should be and immediately bumped the trailer side. Impossible. I'd stepped away from it. I turned, disoriented. The trailer was around me on all sides like I was standing inside a corridor of metal. The snow blew through, but the walls were there, enclosing me. My headlamp beam swept left, right, metal, frost, reflective tape, no open space. A tight, suffocating panic gripped my chest. "No," I whispered. "No, no, no." The scratching resumed, but now it came from the walls beside me, not just the doors. Fingernails dragging multiplied, a chorus of slow, patient scratches. Something brushed my shoulder. I jerked away and hit metal. My breath came in sharp, painful gulps. The cold had sharpened into needles in my nostrils. My eyes watered and froze at the corners. Then in the headlamp beam, a shape appeared on the metal wall in front of me. A handprint forming from the inside, fingers pressing outward, stretching the metal like soft rubber. The print moved, sliding along the wall toward me as if the hand was crawling. I backed up until my spine hit the opposite wall. Another handprint formed beside my hip, then another above my head, pressing, pushing. The trailer walls bulged inward in slow pulses as if something inside was trying to be born through the aluminum. The smell of thawing meat became overwhelming. It filled my mouth. It coated my tongue. I gagged and spit, but my spit froze in my beard. My own voice spoke from everywhere at once, layered, overlapping. You signed, you sealed, you hauled, now deliver. The metal around me creaked. The corridor narrowed. I could feel pressure against my shoulders, my chest, like the trailer was hugging me to death. I fumbled for the latch on the nearest door, any door, but there was none, just smooth metal. My headlamp flickered. In that stuttering light, I saw something I hadn't before. Lines etched into the frost on the wall like writing. Not English, not any alphabet. More like tire tracks, looping and spiraling, forming symbols that made my eyes hurt to follow. The symbols pulsed with faint warmth, melting the frost around them. My vision tunneled, my heart hammered. I thought of my logbook of dot officers, of deadlines, absurd thoughts that surfaced when my mind tried to cling to normalcy. Anything but the truth. I was inside my own trailer, and something was trying to press me into it, flatten me, make me part of the cargo. My headlamp died. Darkness swallowed me. The storm's sound dulled as if muffled by walls. In the dark, I felt breath on my face, warm, wet, close. I smelled coffee and wool and rot. A tongue, cold and slick, traced the edge of my ear. I screamed, and my scream hit metal and came back at me. Somewhere far away, my truck engine revved. The Jake brake barked once, sharp, as if someone had tapped it. Then the trailer lurched. I fell hard onto my knees. The metal floor under me vibrated. I realized with a sick jolt that I wasn't outside anymore. I was inside. Inside the trailer, on the ribbed aluminum floor, and the doors were shut. Total dark. The reefer unit roared overhead, but it sounded muffled, like it was underwater. My hands scrabbled at the floor, searching for a wall. My gloves slid on something wet. Not ice, liquid, warm. I brought my hand to my face and sniffed. The smell punched me. Blood, old and sweet, not fresh. Aged, like it had been sealed in plastic for weeks and then warmed. I swallowed bile, my stomach twisted. I tried to breathe through my mouth, but the air tasted of rot and disinfectant. I crawled forward, palms smearing through wetness until my shoulder bumped something soft. A bag, plastic. I groped it and my fingers sank into give, flesh. I jerked back, heart slamming. The bag shifted and made a wet slap sound. My head spun. There shouldn't be flesh cargo. There shouldn't be, unless. A faint light blinked near the front of the trailer, a small red LED on a temperature sensor. Its glow barely illuminated the nearest shapes. They were stacked, irregular, not boxes, bodies in black bags piled like cordwood. My breath hitched. No, I whispered. The word was swallowed by the cold air. I reached out, trembling, and touched the nearest bag again. Under the plastic, something moved, slow, like a stomach rising with breath. The bag was alive. A voice spoke from the darkness, right in front of my face. You finally opened. I flinched so hard I slipped and fell onto my side. My shoulder hit a bag and something inside it moaned, a low vibration that traveled through my bones. The moan wasn't pain, it was hunger. The lead blinked again, and in that pulse of light I saw a face pressed against the inside of a bag, pale, eyes open, lips blue. The face was mine. It smiled. I scrambled backward until I hit the trailer doors. My hands found the latch hardware from the inside. There was none, just smooth metal, of course. Reefer trailers don't open from inside. People die that way in summer down south. In Alaska winter, it's faster. The reefer unit changed pitch. Warm air began to seep in, carrying that sweet rot. The LED blinked faster, as if excited. I could feel the temperature rising, not just in the trailer, but under my skin like fever. The bags began to shift, one by one, a wet rustle of plastic and flesh. Fingers pressed against plastic from inside, nails scraped. The sound was intimate, close, like someone scratching inside your own skull. My own voice, multiplied, whispered, "Deliver us." I pounded the door with my fists until my knuckles went numb. I screamed until my throat tore. No one could hear. The blizzard, the road, the distance, everything ate sound out here. That was the Dalton's secret. It didn't just isolate you physically. It isolated you in time, in reality, in your own voice. Something crawled over my boot. I looked down as the red LED blinked, and I saw a hand slip out of a torn bag, pale, stiff, fingertips raw. It wrapped around my ankle with surprising strength. The grip was not freezing. It was warm. I kicked, but more hands emerged. A dozen. They grabbed my legs, my arms, my jacket, pulling with slow certainty. The plastic rustled like leaves. The smell intensified until I couldn't think. I fought, but every time I jerked away, I touched another bag, another version of myself inside, watching with calm eyes. In the blinking red light, the faces multiplied. Me with frostbitten cheeks, me with dried blood on my lips, me with eyes filmed white, me smiling, me crying silently behind plastic. "You keep coming through," they whispered. "You keep failing, you keep feeding." I realized then what the loop was. Not a glitch, not electronics. The road was replaying me, chewing me and spitting me back at mile marker 112 until it had enough copies, until the freight was complete. The hazmat crate code flashed in my memory. Whiteout freight. Something that didn't care about medicine or food. Something that used legitimate cargo as camouflage. My mind snapped. A thin, brittle sound inside my head like ice cracking under weight. I began to laugh, high, hysterical, because it was either that or surrender. I fumbled for my pocket knife. My fingers were clumsy, numb. I flipped it open and slashed at the nearest hand. The blade met resistance like thick rubber, then cut through. Warm fluid splashed my glove. The hand didn't let go. It tightened. I slashed again, harder. The hand split, but the fingers kept flexing like they didn't understand injury. A face leaned close in the blinking red light. My face, but with the skin around the mouth stretched too wide as if something had been chewing from the inside. It whispered, "Pain is a story you tell yourself. We are the part that keeps driving." The reefer unit roared, the temperature surged. I felt sweat break out on my back despite the cold. The bags swelled as if heat was inflating them. The plastic stretched, turned glossy. Then the trailer jolted again, and I heard something I hadn't heard since I woke. The engine idle steady. The rig was moving. I wasn't just trapped in the trailer. The truck was driving itself. The bags around me rocked with the motion. Hands kept pulling. My boots slid on blood. My knife slipped from my grip and clattered somewhere into the dark. I screamed, "Stop!" but my voice was swallowed by plastic and darkness. A sudden slam rattled the trailer. The sound of the trailer doors opening, impossible from inside, followed by a gust of cold air so sharp it felt like glass slicing my lungs. The red LED blinked wildly, then steadied. Light poured in through the open doors. White light, blinding. I blinked, tears freezing on my lashes. Through the open doors, I saw the Dalton Highway behind me, snow-covered, empty. And standing on the road was my rig, cab, and trailer intact, idling on the shoulder, lights glowing. I was looking at my own truck from inside my own trailer. And at the back of that truck, standing where I should have been, was me, Robert Hayes, wearing my jacket, my hat, my face. He held my fire extinguisher like a weapon. His eyes were calm. He looked into the trailer at me and smiled with tired familiarity, like a man watching himself make the same mistake again. "Run," he said, not through a radio, not a whisper. A real voice carried on real air. "Run to the cab and lock the doors. Don't open the trailer, don't." Hands yanked me backward. The bags surged, a tide of plastic and meat. The doppelganger outside flinched, then lifted the extinguisher and sprayed a white cloud into the trailer. The powder hit the bags and sizzled, not like fire ret. Ardent but like acid on flesh. The hands recoiled. The faces behind plastic contorted. A chorus of wet shrieks filled the trailer. I lunged forward, toward the open doors, crawling over writhing bags, fingers clawing at aluminum. The cold air beyond the doors was salvation, pain, reality. I scrambled, half falling out of the trailer and onto the road. The storm hit me. The wind slapped me. But I was outside on asphalt under a sky. I dragged in air that tasted like snow instead of rot. I turned to thank the other me. He was gone. The extinguisher lay on the road, rolling slowly in the wind. No footprints, no figure, only my truck on the shoulder, lights on, door ajar as if waiting. Behind me, the trailer doors swung shut with a slow, deliberate finality, as if a giant had gently closed a book. I staggered to the cab and climbed in. The interior was exactly as I'd left it at 2:13 a.m. My coffee cup in the holder, my logbook on the dash, my gloves on the passenger seat. The dash clock blinked 2:13. The CB mic hung from its hook. It crackled and said softly, "You made it out that time." My hands shook as I started to drive because what else could I do? The Dalton doesn't offer choices. It offers movement or death. In my side mirror, I saw the trailer's reflective tape flash. For a moment, in the red glow of my running lights, the back doors looked slightly bowed outward, as if something inside was leaning against them, listening. Then the reefer alarm screamed again, and my own voice whispered, "Robert Hayes, don't open the doors," like a warning delivered too late to matter. I kept driving north, because the only thing worse than the whiteout ahead was the certainty that the freight behind me was learning how to speak in my voice, and that somewhere on this road, another version of me was waking up at 2:13 a.m., tasting copper, about to step out into the storm and meet himself. Story 2, Milepost 0. The milepost in my headlights read 0, and the numbers were dripping, black paint running down the reflective aluminum like it had been written in fresh blood. I hit the brakes so hard my seatbelt bit into my collarbone, and the trailer behind me shoved forward with a sickening push that made the fifth wheel groan. Snow exploded around the hood. The rig stopped sideways across the lane, engine howling, Jake brake barking once like a warning shot. My dash clock said 3:07 a.m. The outside temp was -39. I'd been on the Glen Highway for hours, southbound out of Glen Allen toward Palmer, and there was no such thing as milepost zero out here. Milepost zero belonged to a road that started somewhere. This road never started. It just kept going, and now it had decided to begin again with me in it. My hand stayed locked to the steering wheel because if I let go, I was scared the wheel would keep turning on its own. My name is Patricia Sullivan, and I've pulled doubles in Wyoming crosswinds and chained up on Snoqualmie with freezing rain turning my eyelashes into needles. But I've never felt a road move under me the way the Glen moved under me that night, like it was breathing through the asphalt. The milepost stood on the shoulder at a slight angle, half buried in drift, yet the paint was wet. The dripping ran in thin lines that didn't freeze. It shouldn't have been wet. Nothing stayed wet at -39 unless it was alive. My CB was quiet. No chatter, no lonely jokes, no copy, driver. Just the hiss of the world. I reached for my thermos and knocked it over. Coffee splashed my lap and immediately cooled to sludge. The smell of it made my stomach clench, not because of the heat, but because it brought back the thing I'd been trying not to think about. The last time I smelled coffee and blood at the same time. I forced myself to breathe slow. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Don't panic, don't do anything stupid. Out here, stupid is fatal. I shifted into reverse just enough to straighten out, then rolled forward a few feet. The milepost stayed in my beam, stubbornly bright. I leaned closer to the windshield. The dripping black lines formed letters as they ran, not words I recognized at first. Then my brain caught up with my eyes and I felt my scalp go tight. Patricia. My name, spelled in bleeding paint on a milepost that shouldn't exist. My throat went dry. I glanced at my dash camera display, the little screen I used for backing and checking the trailer. The camera feed showed the road behind me, and in the center of it, illuminated by my tail lights, another milepost. Also reading 0. I blinked hard, my eyes stung. I looked back out the windshield, the front milepost still read 0. I looked at the camera screen again, the rear milepost still read 0. Like the road had pinned me between beginnings. I've been hauling since I was 24. I'm 38 now. I started in Washington hauling lumber, then ran frozen fish out of Kodiak, then got into fuel and dry van because the money was steadier. Alaska is a different animal. It doesn't just punish mistakes, it punishes confidence. I learned the jargon fast because not knowing makes you look like prey. Jake brake on grades, chains on drives, watch your air lines, watch black ice that looks like wet pavement, watch moose because they don't watch you. And watch mileposts because they tell you where you are. That night I was hauling palletized construction hardware, straps tight, load bars set, weight balanced right around 36,000 in the box. I'd picked up near Valdez, running a tight schedule to deliver to a supplier outside Anchorage by morning. My dispatcher had called at 9:12 p.m. with the usual tired voice. "Pat, weather's turning," he said. "If you need to shut down, shut down." "I'm fine," I'd told him because I always said that. Because a woman who admits she's not fine gets asked if she should be doing this at all. "I'll be in by 10. "Copy," he'd said, and then after a pause, "If you see the 0 milepost, don't stop." I'd laughed, "What?" But the line had gone dead. I'd told myself it was a joke, a dispatch office joke, someone trying to spook me, the only woman on the roster who ran winter routes without complaining. I'd rolled my shoulders, adjusted my seat, and kept driving. The storm came in around midnight, not a full blizzard at first, just a steady fall that softened the edges of everything. The Glen Highway between Glen Allen and Palmer is beautiful in daylight, mountains like teeth, the Matanuska River snaking under ice. At night in winter, it becomes a tunnel of white where your headlights are the only truth, and even they can lie. At 1:40 a.m., I passed a turnout with a single pickup parked there, lights off. That wasn't unusual. Hunters, pipeline workers, people waiting out weather. But as I passed, my high beams caught something in the cab. A face pressed against the window, pale and flat like it was made of wax. The face turned as my rig went by. It tracked me. It smiled. I felt a ripple of unease, but I kept driving. I'd seen people do weird things at night. I'd seen drivers stare too long like they'd forgotten what movement was. I told myself it was just someone watching a truck go by, bored, lonely, maybe high. Alaska makes people strange. At 2:05 a.m., my phone lit up with a call from my own number. The screen displayed PATRICIASULLIVAN, my name, my contact photo, the one where I'm squinting in sunlight because I hate selfies. My heart did a painful little jump. I didn't answer. I watched it ring until it stopped. Immediately, it rang again. Same number, same name. I swore softly and reached for it with my gloved fingers. The moment I touched the screen, the call ended. The phone went black. Then it buzzed with a new notification, a voicemail from myself. I didn't play it. I couldn't make myself. I turned the radio up, found a country station barely punching through static, and listened to a song about summer nights that felt obscene in the cold. The storm thickened. The road markings vanished under snow. I drove by feel, by the faint grooves left by previous tires, by instinct. Then at 3:07 a.m., the milepost 0 appeared. And now I was stopped, and my name was bleeding down aluminum, and there was another 0 behind me. I made myself do the next thing. I flipped on my hazards, checked mirrors, checked my trailer alignment. I couldn't sit here blocking the lane. I eased forward. The milepost slid past my passenger window, close enough I could have reached out and touched it if I'd opened the window. I didn't. The paint dripped faster as it passed, as if excited. I kept rolling, speed creeping up to 20, then 30, tires crunching on packed snow. In my mirror, the milepost 0 receded, and then stopped receding. It stayed the same size, the same distance, hovering in my mirror like it was nailed to my bumper. No matter how fast I went, it stayed there, perfectly centered, perfectly bright. My stomach dropped. I glanced at my odometer. It read 124,882. I watched as it ticked to 124,883. Then it ticked back to 124,882. I breathed out a sound that was almost a sob. "No," I whispered. The CB crackled once, a burst of static that resolved into a voice so calm it was worse than any scream. "Milepost 0 has you, Patricia." My hand shot to the mic. "Who is this?" Silence, then the voice again, closer, as if leaning in. "It's the road. It knows your weight, it knows your load, it knows your history." I swallowed hard. "You're not the road." A soft laugh. "You say that like you think roads are alive." I turned the volume down until the cab was quiet except for the engine and the hiss of snow. My breath sounded loud. My heartbeat sounded like a second engine. I told myself, get to the next mile marker, get to the next turnout, stop where there's light, stop where there's people. But the next mile marker didn't come. The Glen Highway's mileposts normally tick up, 1, 2, 3. Counting distance from Anchorage, you see them like metronome beats. I drove for what felt like 10 minutes, then 20, then 40, no milepost, no sign, no turnout. The road became a white corridor with black spruce on either side, trees hunched like they were listening. My GPS map on the dash showed me moving. The little arrow progressed along the line, but the distance to Palmore stayed the same, 78 miles. I watched it for a full minute. 78 miles, 78 miles, 78 miles. My hands began to sweat inside my gloves. The sweat cooled and made my fingers ache. I tried to call dispatch. No signal. I tried to call 911. No signal. I tried the emergency channel on the CB. Static. Then faintly a voice on 19. Don't stop, don't stop. I leaned forward, straining to hear. Say again, I said into the mic. The voice returned, distorted, as if transmitted through water. If you stop at 0, you become the marker. My scalp prickled, my mouth tasted like pennies. Who are you? A pause, then, I was you. Milepost 0 learns your name and writes it down. It needs something to stand there and count. It needs a person to become a place. The transmission cut out. I stared at the mic, breathing hard. My mind tried to reject the words, to label them nonsense, but my body believed them anyway. My body had already decided the road was wrong. The reefer trucks I'd hauled fish and had alarms that shrieked when temp rose. This was different. This was my mind shrieking when reality rose. I pressed the accelerator. 35, 40, 45. The wind rocked the trailer. Snow hissed off the hood. The road ahead shimmered, not with heat, but with something like distortion, as if the air was thickening. My headlights didn't reach as far. The darkness seemed to lean in. Then I saw taillights ahead. Relief hit so hard I almost laughed. Another vehicle, another person, proof I wasn't alone in a private nightmare. I eased off the throttle, matching speed. The taillights were steady, red ovals bobbing gently. A pickup, maybe. I stayed back, safe distance on snow. My headlights illuminated its tailgate. No license plate. Just a smooth patch of metal, and on it in black dripping paint, the number 0. My stomach turned. I began to breathe too fast. No, I whispered, and my voice fogged the windshield. The pickup's brake lights flared. It slowed, forcing me to slow. I didn't want to get closer, but the road narrowed, shoulders soft with drift. Passing was risky. Stopping was worse. The pickup slowed to a crawl. 10 miles an hour, 5. My hands shook as I feathered the brake, trying to keep distance without losing traction. The pickup's rear window was frosted, but I saw a shape behind it, a head turning. A face pressed to the glass. Wax pale, smiling. The same face from the turnout earlier. It mouthed something. I couldn't hear, but I read lips easily. My dad was hard of hearing. The mouth formed my name. Patricia. The pickup slowed more, almost stopped. My heart hammered. If I stopped behind it, would I become part of this? Would my rig freeze in place, my body turned into a signpost, my name dripping down aluminum? I didn't have time to think. I had to act. I cranked the wheel left, aiming for the opposite lane, praying no oncoming traffic. Tires slipped, then caught. The trailer swayed, a slow, heavy pendulum. My guts lifted into my throat. The cab yawed into the left lane. The pickup stayed centered, still slowing. I accelerated, engine roaring, turbo whining. I drew alongside, my headlights sweeping its side. The driver's window was down. In -39. The driver sat rigid, hands at 10 and 2, eyes wide and blank. He looked like he'd been dead for days, skin gray, lips cracked. Yet he drove smoothly, like a puppet. And in the passenger seat was me. Not a copy wearing my clothes, me in my exact jacket, my hat. My hair pulled back the way I'd done it that night. She turned her head slowly and met my gaze through the open window. Her eyes were wrong, too reflective, like milepost reflectors. She smiled and lifted her hand. In her palm, she held a small aluminum plaque, the kind bolted to mileposts. It read 0. Then she pressed it to the driver's cheek. The metal sank into flesh like it was soft wax. The driver didn't react. The plaque disappeared into his face. His cheek bulged outward with a rectangular shape under skin, like something being installed. I screamed without meaning to. My throat tore. The sound was ripped away by wind. My truck surged ahead. The pickup fell behind. In my mirror, its headlights blinked out, swallowed by snow. Only the milepost 0 remained, hovering at the same distance, steady as a star. My breathing was ragged, my vision tunneled. I gripped the wheel so hard my wrists hurt. Think, do something. Don't just drive until you die. I remembered a rest area up ahead, a small pullout with a snow berm and a view of the river. I'd stopped there once in summer. In winter it might be buried, but the entrance should still be there. I just needed to get off the main road, break whatever line of control this 0 thing had. I watched for the reflective sign that marked the pullout. Nothing. The trees blurred by. My headlights picked out only snow and dark trunks. Then abruptly a sign appeared on the right. Rest area 1 mile. My chest loosened. Relief again, sharp and dangerous. I didn't trust it, but I needed something. I drove a mile. The sign appeared again, rest area 1 mile. A mile later again, rest area 1 mile. My stomach sank. The road was mocking me with distance that didn't change. The loop wasn't just time, it was space. It was geography folding like paper. The CB crackled. You can't exit, the calm voice said. Milepost 0 is the entrance and the exit. It's a mouth, you're in its throat. Shut up, I whispered. My teeth chattered not from cold, but from something deeper. Shut up, shut up. The voice sighed like disappointed patience. You think you're the first to fight. You think willpower matters, but you're already being measured. Measured, mileposts measure. They mark distance. They tell you where you are so you can never claim you're lost. My mind flashed to the pickup driver's face, the plaque sinking in, becoming a marker, becoming an object that stands still while others pass, counting their miles, never moving again. I felt my throat tighten with panic. I needed a plan that wasn't just driving harder. I needed to break the rule. The dispatch warning came back. If you see the 0 milepost, don't stop. Maybe stopping was the trap. Maybe momentum was safety. But I was tired, my eyes burned, my muscles ached. I couldn't drive forever, and the road clearly could. I glanced at my fuel gauge, just under half, enough for hours but not endless. I thought of winter survival courses. If you're lost, stay with your vehicle. It's shelter, it's visible. People find vehicles. But people weren't finding this. This wasn't about being found. A new idea surfaced, desperate and stupid, and maybe the only thing left. If the road wanted me to become a marker, maybe I could give it something else. My cargo. My trailer was full of hardware. Heavy, solid. Thousands of pounds of metal that could be used as ballast, as offering, as distraction. I could jackknife, dump it, break the trailer, create an obstruction the road would have to mark instead of me. If milepost 0 was a thing that needed to fix something in place, maybe I could anchor it with steel instead of flesh. It was insane. It was also the first thought that felt like action. I checked mirrors, empty road, nothing but snow and trees and that ever-present 0 behind. I slowed to 30, then 25, careful, easing toward the shoulder where the snow was piled higher. I flipped on hazards. My hands were slick with sweat. Don't, the CB voice said, suddenly sharp. If you stop, it writes you down. I ignored it. I reached for the trailer brake lever, the one that applies trailer brakes without the tractor. I eased it down. The trailer brakes grabbed. The tractor kept rolling. The trailer began to swing. Slow at first, then faster, heavy mass pushing sideways. The rig's rear end came around, tires skidding on packed snow. The whole world tilted. My heart slammed against my ribs. My stomach floated. I cranked the wheel into it, trying to control the swing, aiming to put the trailer across the lane. The trailer swung harder, the box looming in my mirror like a wall. The fifth wheel groaned. The air lines hissed. Then the road did something impossible. The lane markings, faint under snow, shifted. The asphalt rippled. The shoulder rose like a wave. My tractor slid not onto soft drift, but onto smooth pavement that had not been there a second ago. I felt the rig straighten as if guided by hands. The jackknife stopped mid-swing and corrected itself, the trailer snapping back in line with a force that made my neck jerk. The steering wheel tugged under my grip, aligning me perfectly in the lane. I hadn't controlled it. Something else had. I stared at my hands, terrified. No, I whispered. No, no, no. The CB voice returned, almost gentle. You can't crash here, you can't break the story. The road needs you intact. My eyes stung with tears. I tasted salt. I realized then I wasn't just trapped, I was being kept, preserved like cargo. My dash clock blinked, 3:07. It hadn't moved in hours. A thin sound escaped my throat, laughter maybe, or a sob. My mind felt stretched like cold taffy. I tried to remember what normal felt like. I tried to remember my apartment in Anchorage, the smell of laundry detergent, the sound of my neighbor's dog. The memories felt distant and flat like photos. The road ahead narrowed. The trees leaned in. The snow thickened until my headlights illuminated a solid white sheet. I slowed instinctively, but the accelerator pushed back under my foot like resistance. The truck wanted to go faster. I fought it, pressing the brake. Feeling the ABS chatter. The pedal vibrated. The rig continued at 40. My hands began to cramp from gripping. My shoulders burned. My jaw ached. In the whiteout, a shape appeared ahead. A line of reflectors, evenly spaced, stretching across the road. Mileposts, not on the shoulder, across the lane like a fence. Each one read 0. They stood upright, impossibly close together, creating a barricade of beginnings. My breath caught, I slammed the brakes. The truck shuddered, tires skidding, trailer pushing. The milepost fence rushed toward me. Then the reflectors flared bright, blinding, and the world snapped. For a moment, I was not in the cab. I was standing on the shoulder of the Glen Highway in the storm, wearing my jacket, my hat, my gloves. The wind screamed. Snow stung my face. I was upright and still rooted. My feet were buried in drift. I tried to lift them and couldn't. I looked down. My legs were gone below the knee, replaced by a single aluminum post sunk into the earth. My body was fused to it, skin blending into metal. I felt the cold not on my clothes, but inside my bones, like my marrow had turned to ice. I screamed, but the sound came out as a hollow clang, like wind hitting sign metal. My arms were stuck too, pinned at my sides. My fingers were stiff, half frozen, but I could feel them. I could feel everything. That was the worst part. I wasn't dead. I was installed. A truck roared past on the highway, headlights slicing through snow. For a heartbeat, I saw its driver through the window, a man with tired eyes focused forward. He didn't look at me. To him, I was just a milepost. As the truck passed, its headlights illuminated my chest, and I saw the number bolted there, 0. Beneath it, in black paint that dripped but never froze, my name. Patricia Sullivan. The paint ran down my jacket in warm streaks. It smelled like coffee and blood. I tried to blink, but my eyelids felt heavy, like metal. My eyes stayed open, staring into white. Then a voice spoke from behind me, close, intimate. "You'll count them now." I couldn't turn, I couldn't move, but I felt breath on my neck, warm and wet. A hand, gloved, rested on my shoulder like comfort. "It gets lonely," the voice said. "You'll want to talk, you'll start whispering warnings, you'll start calling them by name. The road will let you hear their names before they arrive." A sob shook my chest, and it rang like a bell. The voice continued, soft as falling snow. "And when one of them finally stops, you won't be able to help it. You'll beg them to open the door. You'll beg them to stay. You'll beg because you'll want company more than you'll want mercy." I tried to bite my tongue. I tried to shut my mouth. But my jaw moved on its own, lips cracking in the wind. "Don't stop," I heard myself say, hollow and metallic. "If you see the 0 milepost, don't stop." My words vanished into the storm. Then, with a violent jolt, I was back in the cab, hands on the wheel, heart racing like it wanted out of my ribs. The truck was still moving, headlights still cutting through white, the dash clock still blinking 3:07. The milepost fence was gone. The road ahead was empty. But my throat hurt like I'd been screaming for hours. My lips tasted like metal. My hand smelled faintly of wet aluminum. In the side mirror, the milepost 0 was closer now, almost bumper distance, its reflective face bright. And on it, beneath the dripping black 0, I could see the start of letters forming. P.A.T. I hit the accelerator, not because I thought speed would save me, but because I couldn't stand to watch my own name being written again. The last thing I saw before the snow swallowed everything was my own reflection in the mirror, stretched across the milepost's reflective surface. My face pale, eyes too bright, smiling like wax, already waiting on the shoulder to welcome the next truck that came through, already learning how to beg. Story 3, The Ice Signal. The satellite phone rang even though I'd ripped the battery out 3 hours ago, and the ringtone came through the cab like it was vibrating my teeth. I almost drove off the Seward Highway into the black water because my hands jerked on the wheel. The guardrail flashed past my window, a blur of frost and yellow reflectors. My dash clock read 1:52 a.m. Snow hammered the windshield in hard pellets that sounded like thrown gravel. The call kept ringing, persistent, impossible, and then the screen lit up on the dead handset in the cup holder. "Incoming call, Marcuschen." That was my name, that was my own number. And under it, in smaller text, it said, "Answer before you hear yourself outside." I didn't answer. I stared at the phone like it was a venomous insect. The road narrowed to 2 lanes of hard-packed snow with sheer rock on one side and a drop to turn-again arm on the other, the tide flats hidden under darkness. The wind coming off the water shoved at my trailer hard enough to make the whole rig sway. The trailer was loaded. Heavy steel pipe, 17 bundles, each strapped down like a coffin. I had no business being this close to the shoulder, but my eyes kept sliding to the ringing phone as if it might crawl. The ringtone shifted pitch, becoming wetter like a mouth trying to imitate sound. It rang again, and I could swear I heard breathing underneath it. My hands were shaking, not from cold, cab heater was blasting, but from the feeling that something had reached into my equipment and found my name. The kind of dread that's not fear of dying, but fear of being known. I'd been running freight in Alaska for 5 winters, mostly out of Anchorage. I liked the solitude. I liked that the highways up here didn't forgive stupidity because it meant the people who stayed in the job tended to be competent, quiet, serious. I wasn't a talker. I'd grown up in Tacoma, learned early that if you kept your head down, you could move through life without drawing attention. Trucking suited that. The truck was a moving room with rules I understood. This night had already violated too many rules. At 9:30 p.m. on January 6, 2024, I'd picked up the pipe at the yard in Anchorage. The dispatcher had been jittery, tapping his pen against the desk like he was trying to keep time with an invisible metronome. "You're going to Seward," he said, sliding the paperwork toward me. "Straight shot, no detours." "I know the route," I told him. He didn't look up. If you lose signal, you keep driving. If you get signal, you keep driving. And if anyone calls you from your own number. I laughed because it was absurd. What is this, a prank? He finally met my eyes. His were bloodshot and flat. "It's not a prank. It's a condition. Just don't answer." I should have refused the load right there. But I'd already burned 2 days on weather shutdowns, and I needed the miles. I signed, took the bills, and walked out into the yard where the cold air smelled like diesel and salt from the inlet. My trailer lights glowed dim orange in the darkness. The pipe bundles were wrapped in plastic that snapped and rustled in the wind like something trying to get out. The first call came 10 miles out of Anchorage, right as I merged onto the Seward. My phone rang, unknown number. I ignored it. It rang again and again until the voicemail icon popped up. I checked it at the next turnout. The voicemail was 5 seconds of silence, then my own voice whispering very close to the mic. "I can see your tail lights. Slow down." I sat there with the phone against my ear, watching the snow drift sideways in my headlights, and my stomach went hollow. I deleted the message. Then it reappeared undeleted as if my phone had refused. The second call came near Girdwood. Same number as mine, same name. I didn't answer. My hands started sweating. My jaw locked. I turned up the radio and listened to static until it almost became music. Now at 1:52 a.m., the satellite phone, dead by design, battery removed, was ringing with my own name, and the text on the screen was a threat that knew exactly how to get under my skin. I forced my gaze back to the road. The wind rocked the trailer. The Jake brake was useless on ice like this, so I kept it gentle, feathering throttle, staying steady at 45. The sky was a low lid of cloud, no stars, no moon, just the orange glow of Anchorage far behind, fading, and the black mouth of winter ahead. The satellite phone rang again. Then the CB crackled on channel 19, a burst of static followed by a voice that sounded like it was coming from inside a metal pipe. "Marcus Chen, copy." My hands tightened on the wheel. I hadn't keyed the mic. "Who is this?" I said anyway, voice rough. A pause, then softly, "You already know." The CB hissed. The satellite phone rang. The wind shoved. The truck vibrated. It felt like multiple hands tugging at me, each insisting on attention. A flash of movement in my passenger side mirror made me jerk my head. I saw the trailer's reflective tape, the dark outline of the pipe bundles, and for an instant, between my trailer and the guardrail, a person-shaped shadow keeping pace with my rig. Running at 45 miles an hour. I blinked hard. The shadow was gone. My heart hammered so hard my chest hurt. I tasted bile. I forced myself to check mirrors again, slower, deliberate. Nothing, only snow and darkness. The satellite phone stopped ringing. For 2 blessed seconds there was only engine noise. Heater fan, the hiss of tires on packed snow. Then something tapped the passenger door. 3 slow knocks, like a polite visitor. I snapped my eyes to the right. The passenger window was frosted at the edges, but clear in the center from the defroster. Outside was darkness and blowing snow. No shoulder wide enough for someone to stand. No place for a person to be. Knock, knock, knock. My breath caught. The knocks were steady, measured, like someone who knew I'd heard. I leaned closer to the window, stupidly compelled. And the instant my face neared the glass, a handprint appeared on the outside, not smeared frost. A bare, wet print pressed hard, fingers long, nails dark. The print slid downward, leaving a streak like melted ice. Then the voice came, not through the CB, not through the phone. Through the glass, muffled, intimate. "Open up, Marcus, it's freezing." It was my voice, exactly. Same cadence, same slight rasp from years of coffee and diesel exhaust. Hearing it come from outside my truck in a blizzard made my stomach twist like a rag being wrung out. "No," I whispered, because it was the only word that existed. The handprint tapped again, 3 knocks. "Open up," my voice said, slightly sharper. "You left me." The words hit a place in my mind that was already bruised. 2 years ago, my younger brother had tried to kill himself in a Tacoma apartment while I was on a run in Montana. I'd missed the call. I'd gotten the message too late. The last thing he'd said to me in the hospital was, "You left me." I shook my head hard as if I could fling memory out like water. "You're not," I started. A loud metallic bang came from behind me. The trailer. My body reacted before thought. I checked the trailer camera feed. Snowstorm in the lens, tail light glow. And then in the center of the feed, a pale oval, a face pressed against the rear camera housing as if someone was climbing the doors. The face stared into the camera with wide, unblinking eyes. My eyes. The face smiled. Its lips cracked open, and black liquid ran down its chin like oil. My hands began to shake so violently the steering wheel wobbled. I fought to keep the rig straight. The guardrail flashed close on the right. My throat tightened. The CB crackled again. "Don't look at it too long," the metal voice said. "It learns your expressions." "Who are you?" I rasped. Another pause, then, "I hauled your freight last winter." The voice cut out, static. Then a different transmission broke through, faint and distant, like someone talking from under ice. "Help, he's outside, he's outside." I leaned forward, heart racing. "Say again." The transmission repeated, clearer this time. "He's outside and he's calling from inside." My skin crawled. My mouth tasted like pennies. The satellite phone buzzed on the dead handset, screen lighting again with my name. "Incoming call, Marcuschen. Under it, answer or it will use your mouth." I didn't believe in ghosts. I didn't believe in curses. But I believed in patterns, and this pattern was tightening like a noose. I did the only thing I could think of. I reached over, grabbed the satellite phone, and hurled it into the sleeper bunk behind me like it was radioactive. It hit the wall with a dull thud. It rang again. Same ringtone, muffled by bedding. The knocks on the passenger door became harder, impatient. The handprint smeared across the glass, dragging like a palm searching for a latch. The road ahead curved along the arm. A stretch I knew well, a pullout called Beluga Point where tourists stopped in summer to watch whales. In winter it was empty, just a widened shoulder and a sign half buried in snow. I had a sudden, desperate plan. Get to the pullout, stop under my own terms, check the rig, call for help if I could. If I kept driving like this, distracted, I'd die in a ditch. The horror didn't need to kill me, it could just let physics do it. I signaled and eased into the pullout. The moment my tires crossed onto the packed shoulder, the truck shuddered. Not like hitting a rut, like passing over a seam. My dash clock flickered. 1:53, 1:52, 1:53. The cab lights dimmed, the radio died, the heater fan slowed to a groan. The engine kept running, but the sound changed. Lower, wetter, as if the combustion was happening in a lung instead of a cylinder. I set the parking brake. The rig settled with a heavy sigh. Snow hammered the windshield. The world outside was a swirling white void. The knocking stopped. Silence flooded the cab. It was so sudden it made my ears ring. I sat there, hands on the wheel, breathing hard, waiting for the next impossible thing. The satellite phone rang once more in the sleeper. Then it stopped. A voice spoke from directly behind my head, from the sleeper area, soft as breath. "Thank you." Every hair on my arms lifted. I turned slowly. In the dim cab light, the sleeper curtain hung half open. My bunk was a dark rectangle. The satellite phone screen glowed faintly from within it, like an eye. And sitting on the edge of my bunk, hunched like it was cold, was a figure in my jacket. My jacket. Same reflective stripes, same grease stain on the left sleeve. The figure lifted its head. Marcus Chen's face, mine, stared at me with eyes too glossy like they had a layer of ice over them. Its lips were cracked. Its cheeks were pale with frostbite. It smiled with my mouth. "You finally stopped," it said in my voice, but thicker, like the vocal cords were coated in slush. My body went rigid. I couldn't move. My hands stare numb on the wheel. It stood slowly, joints creaking. It was taller than me by an inch, and I knew that because I'm 5'10", and it scraped the cab's ceiling with its head if it straightened fully. It didn't straighten fully. It stayed hunched, like something in its spine was wrong. "What are you?" I whispered. It tilted its head, listening to my words like they were foreign. "I'm what you leave behind," it said. "The part that keeps driving when you say you're fine." My throat tightened. I thought of my brother, of my father, of every time I'd kept going because stopping meant feeling. "Get out," I managed. It took a step toward me. The cab smelled suddenly of salt water and cold iron like blood on ice. "I can't," it said almost gently. "You opened the route, you brought the signal." "The signal," my voice broke. It reached out and touched the CB mic hanging from its hook. Its fingers were damp. When it touched, the mic crackled to life. Outside the truck, through the windshield, I saw movement in the snow. Shapes. Dark silhouettes circling the rig just beyond headlight reach, moving with the wind. Too tall, too thin. They didn't have faces. They had the outline of people, but wrong, like shadows cut from paper. The figure in my bunk smiled wider. "They follow the call," it said. "They follow your voice, they follow your name. That's what it means to have signal out here." The CB burst into static, then voices, dozens overlapping, all saying my name in different tones. Some pleading, some laughing, some angry, some whispering like lovers. "Marcus, Marcus, Marcus." My stomach heaved. I swallowed bile. The figure leaned closer. Its breath smelled like seawater and old coffee. "Answer," it whispered. "Let them in." I shook my head violently. "No." The figure's expression changed. The smile collapsed. Its eyes hardened into something hungry. "Then I'll use yours." It lunged. I reacted on instinct, swinging my fist. My knuckles connected with its jaw. The impact felt wrong, like hitting packed snow. My fist sank slightly. The figure's head snapped to the side, but it didn't stumble. It turned back slowly, jaw deforming, reshaping, as if the bone inside was soft. It grabbed my wrist. Its grip was cold and wet like a hand pulled from slush. Pain shot up my arm. I tried to yank free, but it was stronger than me in a way that made no sense. The cab felt smaller, air thickening. I remembered the tire thumper on the floor by the seat, a heavy oak stick I used for checking tires and, if needed, self-defense. I kicked for it with my boot. My boot hit the thumper and knocked it against the pedals. I scrambled, free hand reaching down. My fingers closed around the wood. I swung. The thumper cracked across the figure's shoulder. There was a sound like ice breaking on a river. The figure recoiled, not from pain but from surprise, and for a moment its outline blurred as if it was trying to decide what shape to be. I swung again, harder, aiming for its head. The thumper connected. The figure's face split, not in a wound but in a seam like a mask tearing. Underneath wasn't flesh. Underneath was a dark cavity glistening with frost, and in it something like a radio coil, wire wrapped tight, pulsing faintly. The figure hissed, a sound like static. It staggered back into the sleeper, clutching its head. I didn't wait. I grabbed the door handle and yanked. The door didn't open. I yanked again, harder. The latch moved, but the door stayed sealed as if frozen shut. But it wasn't frozen. The rubber gasket flexed. Something held it shut from outside. The knocking returned, not polite now, but pounding. A dozen fists hitting the door, the cab walls, the windshield. The glass trembled. Snow shook loose from the roof. The faceless silhouettes outside pressed close, becoming visible in the headlights. Their bodies were thin as poles, heads too small. They leaned in toward the cab, and where their faces should have been, there were flat, reflective surfaces like highway signs. On each reflective face, I saw my own expression staring back at me, wide eyes, mouth open, fear duplicated across dozens of faceless heads. They weren't mirroring me. They were wearing my face like a broadcast. The CB shrieked. The voices overlapped into a single chant. Answer, answer, answer. My ears rang. My head pounded. The cab felt like it was pressurizing, like descending underwater. I fought to breathe. The figure in the sleeper laughed, a wet, static laugh. See, it said, signal. I realized then what it was doing. It wasn't just haunting me. It was amplifying me. Using my name, my voice, my memories, like a frequency to attract something that lived in the storm. My mind raced, trying to find leverage. You can't fight a storm. You can't outmuscle the cold, but you can cut a signal. I looked at my dashboard, the CB, the radio, the dash cam, the satellite tracker, all things that transmitted, all things that said, here I am in the dark. I reached for the fuse panel under the steering column. My fingers fumbled, numb. The pounding outside increased, rhythmic like a heartbeat. The figure in the sleeper snarled. It lunged again, faster now, its face seam widening, the dark cavity inside pulsing with faint blue light like a modem handshake. I yanked the fuse panel cover off. The diagram was a blur. I grabbed fuses at random and ripped them out, tossing them onto the floor. Sparks snapped. The dash lights flickered. The CB died mid-chant. For a fraction of a second, silence. Then the pounding outside intensified, furious, as if the storm had been offended. The figure screamed, not a human scream, but a burst of radio feedback that stabbed my eardrums. It slammed into me, tackling me against the steering wheel. Cold, wet weight. My chest compressed. I couldn't breathe. Its face pressed close, and I smelled salt and rot. You can't go dark, it hissed. You can't hide. My vision blurred. My hands clawed at my jacket. The fabric was stiff with frost. Under it, the body was too soft, like slush. I felt my fingers brush something hard beneath its ribcage, metal. The radio coil again. I jammed my hand deeper and grabbed it. The coil was hot, not warm, hot like a live wire. It burned my palm. I screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the creature's body. I yanked. The coil came loose with a wet, tearing sound, like pulling a lung out through a rib. Blue light flared. The creature convulsed. Its grip loosened. Outside, the faceless silhouettes froze mid-pounding. They tilted their signed faces toward the cab as if listening. I ripped the coil free completely. It looked like a twisted mass of copper, wire, and ice, pulsing weakly, emitting faint static. The creature screamed again, collapsing backward into the sleeper. Its body sagged, losing shape, melting into a dark puddle on the bunk that steamed as it hit the warm cab air. The blue light dimmed. Outside, the silhouettes backed away in unison, like a tide reversing. The pounding stopped. The storm's sound returned, normal and indifferent. I lay there gasping, sweat cold on my skin, my burned palm throbbing. The coil in my hand twitched once like a dying insect. The satellite phone, still buried in the bunk, lit up again. Incoming call, MARCUSCHEN. No warning text this time, just my name. My burned palm clenched around the coil. I realized with a sick certainty that the call wasn't coming from a network. It was coming from the thing I'd just pulled out, like it was a heart that wanted to keep beating. I stumbled upright and grabbed my thermos, empty now, then opened it and shoved the coil inside like stuffing a snake into a jar. I twisted the lid tight. The thermos vibrated faintly. The ringtone muffled inside it, a trapped buzz. I didn't think. I grabbed the thermos and the tire thumper, shoved open the sleeper curtain and kicked the bunk. The dark puddle that had been the creature stirred, trying to gather itself. I slammed the thumper down into it. The wood sank into cold sludge. The puddle hissed and recoiled. I swung again, again, again. Each strike felt like beating down a thing that wanted to become me. Finally, the puddle stopped moving. My cab lights flickered back to life in a weak glow. The engine idled steady again, sounding like an engine, not a lung. The door latch clicked. The passenger door handle moved freely. I didn't open anything yet. I sat in the driver's seat, breathing hard, listening. Outside, the silhouettes were gone, only snow and wind. The thermos in my hand buzzed once, then went still. The satellite phone stopped ringing. My burned palm throbbed. The skin smelled like cooked meat. I stared at my hand and felt something in my mind shift like a gear catching. I'd done something irreversible, not heroic, not clever, just desperate. I forced myself to restart the truck's electronics as best I could, pushed in a few fuses I'd yanked, enough to bring back minimal dash function. The CB stayed dead. The radio stayed dead. The tracker light blinked uncertainly. Good, I thought, stayed dark. I released the parking brake and eased back onto the highway. The Seward Highway stretched ahead, snow-blown and empty, guardrails glinting. Turn-again arm was a black void to my right. The mountains loomed unseen but present. The world looked normal again, if winter in Alaska could ever be called normal. But I knew better than to trust that. As I drove, I kept the thermos in the cup holder, my burned hand resting near it like a guard. Every few miles, it trembled faintly, like something inside trying to dial out. Near Moose Pass, I saw a set of footprints in the snow on the shoulder. Bare feet, human-sized. They ran alongside the road for 100 yards, then vanished into nothing, as if the person had been lifted straight up. I didn't stop, I didn't slow down. I kept my eyes forward and my hands steady. At 4:36 a.m., my dash clock finally advanced normally, and I saw the lights of Seward ahead dim. Orange against the dark. Relief tried to rise in me, but it stuck in my throat like a bone. Because my phone, my regular phone, the one with the battery still in, lit up silently on the seat beside me. A new voicemail. From myself. I didn't play it, I didn't have to. The transcription preview appeared on the screen in pale text, and it made my blood run cold. I'm still outside. I can hear YOU breathing. Open UP. I kept driving into Seward, delivered the pipe, signed the paperwork with a shaking hand, and never mentioned the call to anyone. Not the dispatcher, not the yard guys, not the other drivers. You learn fast in this job what happens to people who talk about impossible things. They get laughed at, then they get watched, then they get taken off good runs. I kept the thermos. It sits in my kitchen cabinet now, next to mugs and soup cans, completely ordinary. I've taped the lid shut with 3 layers of duct tape. Sometimes, in the dead of night when my apartment is quiet and the heater clicks on, I hear a faint buzzing from inside the cabinet, like a phone trying to ring through stainless steel. And sometimes, just before it stops, I hear my own voice whisper from somewhere very close, very patient, as if it's waiting on the other side of the door. Answer. Story 4, the way station that wasn't there. The scale light turned green the instant my steer tires hit the platform, and the voice on the speaker said, "Welcome back, Daniel Brooks," even though I'd never been here in my life, and there wasn't supposed to be a way station on this stretch of the park's highway. My trailer bucked as if something underneath had grabbed it, and the whole rig settled with a slow, heavy sink like it was being swallowed into the concrete. Outside my windshield, the world was nothing but snow and pine shadow and a single sodium lamp buzzing overhead, painting everything sickly yellow. The dash clock blinked 11 p.m. The outside temp read -34. Then the speaker crackled again, softer, intimate, like someone leaning close to my ear through a wall. "Do not unhook, do not leave the cab, and whatever you do, don't let them finish weighing your name." My foot hovered over the brake pedal, useless. I was already stopped. The scale had me. My air brakes hissed in a slow leak rhythm like a tired animal breathing. The red brake knobs on the dash looked too bright, too alive. I reached for the CB mic out of habit, but the radio was dead, only a faint electrical hiss, as if the cab wiring was listening instead of transmitting. "Hello," I said toward the speaker outside because my brain wanted to force this into a normal category. A state trooper, a DOT officer, a prank with a loudspeaker. "This is Daniel Brooks, unit." "You are not Daniel Brooks," the voice interrupted, sudden and sharp. "Not yet, not until we finish." I stared at the windshield. Snowflakes drifted in my headlights like ash. No booth, no building, no other vehicles, just a scale platform embedded in a strip of road that, according to my route plan, should have been empty for another 40 miles. I didn't pull into way stations often. Most of my runs were legal and clean, and in Alaska, scales weren't as constant as the lower 48. But this wasn't just unexpected. It was wrong. There were rules to infrastructure. You didn't just find a way station materializing out of a blizzard. My load was a dry van, sealed, carrying packaged generator parts from Anchorage up to Fairbanks, due by morning. It was January 22nd, 2025, the kind of winter night where the darkness feels thicker than the cold. I'd left Anchorage at 5:40 p.m., fueled up, checked my fifth wheel lock, tug test, lights, chains in the box just in case. Everything standard, everything routine. Except the paperwork had come with an extra page I hadn't seen before. A single sheet, no letterhead, just a stamped box that said, "Way compliance required. Stop AT all SCALES. Failure will result in recovery." Recovery, not fine, not citation, recovery. I'd laughed when I saw it, a short, bitter sound. Dispatch was always adding nonsense, but the clerk who handed it to me didn't laugh. Dee kept her eyes down and slid the page forward like it was contagious. "New regulation?" Dee asked. Dee swallowed. "Just stop when they tell you." "Who's they?" Dee looked up then, and her eyes had been rimmed red like she hadn't slept. "The scales," she whispered, and then her supervisor barked her name and she flinched like she'd been struck. I should have refused the load, but I'd just come off a 2-week dry spell. My child's support was overdue. My ex had texted that she'd take me to court if I missed another payment. There are certain kinds of fear that override every other fear because they feel immediate and human. So I drove. The park's highway north of Anchorage is familiar to me, even in winter. The road cuts through dark spruce, crosses rivers you can't see under ice pass. The occasional cluster of lights that pretend to be towns. At night, it's you and your beams and the hum of tires. You learn to recognize the feel of black ice through the steering column, the subtle float when traction becomes a suggestion. Around 9:20 p.m., I'd passed a rest area. It had been empty except for one sedan parked crooked, hazard lights blinking weakly like a heartbeat. A man stood beside it, waving both arms. I didn't stop. That's not heartless, that's survival. You don't stop for strangers in the dark unless you can do it safely. I called it in on my phone, but there was no service. I told myself I'd report it when I hit the next signal. As I rolled past, the man's face turned toward my cab, and in my headlights I saw his mouth open wide in a scream I couldn't hear. His cheeks were frostbitten white. His eyes were glossy with panic. And then, as I pulled away, he did something that made my stomach drop. He pointed at the road ahead with one stiff finger, then crossed his arms over his throat in an X, like a warning sign. I kept driving anyway, because what else could I do? At 10:05 p.m., the first sign appeared, "Way station ahead 2 miles." It was a standard reflective sign, green lettering bolted to posts. The problem was I knew this route. There wasn't a way station here. The nearest one was south, closer to Wasilla. My pulse ticked up. I checked my GPS. It showed nothing. I checked the map app. No service. The road remained 2 lanes of snow-sheathed asphalt through forest. The sign was the only lie in a world of truths. 2 miles later, the way station appeared. No building, no booth, no lot. Just a scale platform spanning the lane like a metal tongue and a pole with a speaker and a single red light. The red light turned green as I approached, like it was recognizing me. I should have driven past. I could have. A scale is just a platform. You can ignore it. But the moment my steer tires hit, the truck shuddered and the rig felt anchored, like the pavement had teeth. Now I sat on the scale, engine idling low, heater working, cab sealed against the cold. My breath fogged the windshield anyway, heavy and sour. The speaker voice had called me by name. The green light had held steady. Somewhere beneath me, something clicked in a slow rhythm like a mechanical heart. "Way station operator," I said, forcing calm. "I don't see a booth. Where do you want me to pull?" "You're already where we want you," the speaker said. My skin prickled. I glanced at my mirrors. The trailer sat straight, reflective tape bright. Snow swirled around the rear doors, no one outside, no movement. Yet I felt watched, the way you feel when a dark window holds a face you can't quite see. "What is this?" I asked. A pause, then a measurement. My mouth went dry. "Of what gross weight, Axel?" "Identity," the voice said. The word hit the cab like a temperature drop. Identity. I stared at the steering wheel emblem, at my hands on the rim, at the cracked skin on my knuckles. I felt suddenly unsure of my own outline, like my body was an estimate. I reached for my logbook, flipping it open to steady myself with paper and ink. My entries were neat. 5:40 p.m. depart Anchorage. Fuel at 6:05. Checkpoint at 7:30. Nothing strange on paper. I wrote because writing makes the world behave. My pen hovered. Then the ink on the page began to spread, bleeding outward like it had been written on wet tissue. My last entry blurred into a dark smear. The speaker voice chuckled. "Paper won't help, paper lies, way stations don't." The clicking beneath me sped up. The truck vibrated slightly, like a motor revving. The green light outside brightened until it cast a green wash across the snow. I swallowed hard and did something I regret. I looked down at my floor mat. It wasn't my floor mat anymore. The black rubber was slick and wet, as if it had been thawed and then refrozen. In the greenish light, I saw tiny silver flecks embedded in it, like metallic filings. They pulsed faintly, shifting in patterns that almost looked like letters. My name. Daniel. I jerked my gaze away, heart hammering. My hand smelled suddenly of pennies and cold iron. A new sound joined the clicking, the low grind of metal against metal, coming from behind my cab, where the fifth wheel connected to the trailer kingpin. It sounded like a latch being tested. My stomach tightened. "No," I muttered. "No, no." The speaker voice softened. "Do not unhook," it repeated, almost sympathetic. "If you unhook, the trailer will weigh you without the truck, and you won't like what it finds." "I'm not unhooking," I said, voice thin. The voice paused, as if listening to my heartbeat. "Then sit still." The scale platform under me vibrated harder. The cab shook. My dash lights flickered. The fuel gauge needle twitched. My dash clock blinked 11, 11, then 11, 11 again, refusing to move. I tried the door handle. I didn't intend to get out. I just needed to know I could. The lat. CH clicked, but the door didn't open. It was as if the cab was sealed from the outside by invisible pressure. My throat tightened. Panic rose like bile. The speaker crackled, and a new voice came through, different tone, more official, like a DOT officer reading from a script. "Driver, remain in vehicle. Prepare for inspection." "No," I whispered. My head turned toward the passenger window without my permission, like a reflex. Outside, in the green wash of the scale light, a figure stood beside my cab. I hadn't seen it approach. It was just there, inches from the glass. A man in a reflective vest, hood up, face obscured by shadow. He raised a clipboard as if to check my VIN. Relief tried to flicker. A person, a worker, a rational explanation. Then he leaned closer, and his hood slipped back. His face was smooth. Not scarred, not blank like a mask, smooth like unfinished plastic. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, just a head-shaped surface that reflected my own face back at me in warped green. I sucked in a breath, my lungs hurt, the air tasted like cold metal. The faceless worker tapped my window with the pen. One tap, two. Then, in a voice that came from the speaker pole, not from his non-existent mouth, he said, "Confirm name." My mind raced. If I spoke, if I answered, would that be consent? Would that be the measurement finishing? Would that be how the road wrote you down? I kept my mouth shut. The faceless worker tapped again, harder. The glass trembled. The pen left a faint line of frost like it was cold enough to burn. "Confirm," the speaker voice insisted. Behind him, another figure emerged from the snow. Then another, all wearing reflective vests, all with smooth faces that mirrored mine in different distortions, my eyes stretched, my mouth too wide, my cheeks hollow. They formed a semicircle around my cab, standing close enough that their reflective strips made a ring of green-white light. They didn't move like people. They moved like mannequins being repositioned. My heart pounded. My hands went numb on the wheel. The clicking beneath me became a steady chug, like an engine cycling. I felt the scale platform press upward slightly, lifting my steer axle a fraction, then settling as if weighing me repeatedly, recalculating. A voice came through the speaker again, this time sounding like my mother when she used to call me in from playing outside. "Daniel, honey, just tell them your name." My stomach dropped through the floor. My mom had been dead 5 years. Heart attack in a grocery store aisle. I'd gotten the call while I was in Idaho hauling potatoes. I'd turned around too late. The voice repeated, warmer, "Just say it, they'll let you go." My eyes burned. My throat tightened so hard it felt like I was being strangled from inside. I tasted salt. "No," I whispered, not sure if it was refusal or prayer. The faceless figures leaned closer in unison, like a flock. On the windshield, the frost patterns began to form letters, branching ice veins shaping into words with horrible patience. "Hello, Daniel Brooks." My name written in ice from the outside in. I couldn't look away. The letters pulsed faintly with the green light, as if the ice itself was alive. The speaker voice changed again, becoming my own voice, tired, irritated, familiar. "Stop being dramatic," it said. "It's just a scale." I clenched my jaw. "You're not me." A soft laugh. "I will be." The fifth wheel behind me clanked again. My trailer shifted slightly, not from wind, but from something tugging at the connection, testing it like a tooth. The faceless worker outside reached down and touched the seam of my door, right where the gasket met the cab frame. Frost spread from his finger in a web, sealing the seam in white. The door became part of the cab, no opening. Then he lifted his clipboard, and on it in the green light I saw a form with boxes and lines, like a dot inspection sheet. But instead of vehicle specs, it listed body measurements. Height, weight, eye color, blood type. And under name, a blank line that pulsed like an open mouth. The faceless worker raised his pen to that line and hovered, waiting. My pulse roared in my ears. My hands trembled. My brain screamed to do something, anything, before the pen touched the paper and made me permanent. I thought of the sedan at the rest area, the man crossing his arms over his throat. I thought of his scream. I thought he saw this too. I needed leverage, physical, mechanical, something real. Scales weigh weight. Weight is physics. Physics can be cheated. My eyes snapped to my air suspension dump valve switch on the dash, the one used to lower the suspension for loading docks. If I dumped my air bags on the scale, I could shift weight, maybe confuse it, maybe break its measurement. My fingers flew to the switch. I flipped it. The truck hissed as air dumped from the suspension. The cab sank slightly. The trailer settled. The clicking beneath me stuttered. The green light outside flickered. The phase. Less figures froze, their reflective stripes dimming. A surge of hope hit me like warmth. I flipped the switch again, cycling air back in. The compressor whined. The cab rose. The clicking stuttered again. then turned into a harsh grinding like gears stripping. The speaker voice screamed, not in words but in feedback, a high pitch that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. The faceless figures jerked their heads toward the speaker pole as if listening to a master. I slammed the dump switch again and again, dumping and refilling, making the truck bob. The scale platform vibrated under me, struggling to stabilize. The green light flickered wildly. The speaker voice snarled, "Stop moving, stop shifting, you're contaminating the reading." Good, I thought, contaminated, corrupted, make it spit me out. The faceless worker outside slapped his clipboard against my window, hard enough to make the glass flex. The pen scratched across the paper on the other side, leaving a line of black ink that bled like liquid shadow. The blank name line began to fill on its own. DA. My breath caught, my chest tightened. I grabbed the steering wheel and cranked it hard, then jammed the accelerator. The tires spun, the scale platform held. My truck didn't move. It was like the scale had become glue. The speaker voice laughed, wet and satisfied. "You can't leave until we're done." Outside, the faceless figures leaned in closer. Their smooth faces reflected my panic, multiplying it. I saw myself over and over, eyes wide, mouth open, a man trapped in his cab like an insect in amber. My hands began to cramp. My fingers felt swollen. I looked down and saw that the skin on my knuckles was darkening as if ink was seeping under it. Letters. Tiny, faint at first like bruises, then clearer. DAN. My own name emerging under my skin, like a tattoo being written from the inside. I gagged. "No," I whispered. "No." The speaker voice softened again, coaxing. "Just confirm, you don't want it written wrong, do you? You don't want to be misfiled." Misfiled like cargo, like paperwork, like a person reduced to a label. The ink under my skin crawled. I felt it like ants under flesh. It moved up my wrist toward my forearm, spelling, patient and inevitable. Outside, the clipboard pen hovered over the form's name line. The letters continued to write themselves. Dia N.I.T. I needed something more violent. My eyes landed on the red trailer brake knob. If I could lock the trailer brakes and apply torque, maybe I could shear the kingpin, break free, sacrifice the trailer. Lose the load. Lose the job live. I grabbed the knob and yanked it. Air hissed, the trailer brakes locked. The fifth wheel behind me groaned as I pressed the accelerator again. The tractor strained. The engine roared. The truck shuddered. Metal screamed. For a moment, the scale platform vibrated violently, as if angry. Then snap. A sharp crack like a gunshot echoed through the cab. The rig lurched forward half a foot. My head snapped back. My chest slammed the seat belt. The green light outside blinked red. The faceless figures recoiled, their reflective stripes flashing. The speaker voice shrieked again, furious. "Unhooked, unhooked, driver has unhooked." I hadn't unhooked, not intentionally. But the fifth wheel felt wrong beneath me now, lighter, loose. The trailer might have shifted off the lock. The kingpin might have partially disengaged. My stomach dropped. If the trailer came off on the scale, it would crush my air lines, rip my electrical, maybe tear my frame. But it would also separate me from the thing that was weighing me. The faceless worker outside slammed both hands against my window. Frost exploded outward in a spiderweb pattern, sealing the glass in thick white. I could barely see through it now. The letters under my skin reached my elbow. "Daniel Bro." I screamed, a raw animal sound, and slammed my fist against the dash. Pain flared. The ink letters on my hand smeared slightly as if they were liquid. I realized then the writing wasn't permanent yet. It could be smudged. It could be ruined. I grabbed the bottle of windshield washer fluid in the door pocket, blue, chemical, bitter smelling, and poured it over my hand. The cold fluid soaked my glove and skin, burning like acid in the cracks. The ink under my skin blurred, the letters warping. My hand throbbed. Outside, the speaker voice screamed again, panicked now. Contamination, contamination, invalid. The green light flickered to yellow. The scale platform beneath me vibrated like it was trying to shake me off. The truck rocked. My dash clock blinked 11, 11 faster, then flashed 11:12. Time moved. I slammed the accelerator again, trailer brakes still locked. The tractor strained. The fifth wheel screamed. Another snap. This time the truck surged forward and the trailer didn't follow. The cab lurched free off the scale platform like a tooth pulled from gum. My steering wheel jerked. I fought to keep straight as the truck. Seator shot ahead, suddenly too light rear end sliding on snow. In my mirror, I saw my trailer still on the scale, sitting crooked. Its front end dropped onto the scale tongue. The landing gear was up, but the trailer's nose was resting on something unseen, held like a sacrifice. Around it, the faceless figures swarmed, reflective stripes flashing as they pressed close to the trailer doors. The green light turned solid again. But now it shone on the trailer, not me. The speaker voice came through, low and satisfied. Weighing cargo, weighing contents, weighing occupant. Occupant, my stomach twisted. There was no occupant, the trailer was sealed cargo. Unless the road had put someone in there. Unless the man from the sedan had been recovered. I didn't stop, I couldn't. I drove the tractor forward, fishtailing slightly, then correcting, heart-hammering. The wind shoved at my empty fifth wheel. The cab felt too light, like a balloon. In the rearview mirror, as I pulled away, I saw the trailer's side panel bulge inward, then outward, as if something inside had pressed its body against the wall. Then, through the blowing snow, I saw letters forming on the trailer's white metal, black and dripping. Dia Nielbrooks. My name written across the side of my abandoned trailer like graffiti, like ownership. The letters didn't freeze, they ran like wet ink. I kept driving south, alone, tractor only, hazards on, tires slipping. My hands shook uncontrollably. The ink under my skin had faded into bruised smears, but I could still feel it itching, like the letters were still trying to settle into place. When I finally hit Wasilla, signal returned. I called dispatch. My voice sounded far away in my own ears. I told them my trailer had dropped. I told them I'd need a wrecker. The dispatcher was silent for a long moment. Then he said quietly, "Did they get your name?" "I don't know," I whispered. Another pause, then, "Check your hands." I looked down. In the fluorescent light of a gas station lot, my skin looked normal. Just cracked knuckles, grease under nails, red from cold. I exhaled shakily. Then slowly, as if reacting to being seen, faint letters surfaced on my wrist like bruises rising. Dia end. Not full, not finished. Just the beginning, waiting. That night I didn't sleep. I sat in my cab with the doors locked, heater running, watching my dash clock tick. Every time it hit 11, my cab speakers clicked even though the radio was off, and a voice like paper scraping paper whispered, "We're not done weighing you." And in the morning, when the state trooper finally found my abandoned trailer, he told me there was no sign of an accident, no broken kingpin, no damaged fifth wheel, no reason the trailer should have separated at all. He also told me there were footprints in the snow around the scale platform where the trailer had been found. Not boot prints, bare feet, standing perfectly still, arranged in a neat line as if someone had been waiting to be measured. Story 5, the last ferry out. The ice under my steer tires groaned like a living throat, and the ferry ramp began to rise while I was still on it. Metal screamed against metal. My tractor lurched forward, then tipped as the ramp lifted, trying to fold my hood into the gray water below. I slammed the brakes, but the wheels skated, useless on glaze ice. The river beneath was black and steaming, not from warmth, but from something moving under the surface. A horn bellowed once, deep, mournful, then cut off like it had been bitten in half. In the harsh floodlights, I saw the deckhand waving both arms. He wasn't signaling me to stop. He was pointing behind my cab, mouth wide in a soundless scream, as the trailer doors started to bulge outward from the inside. My name is Elena Navarro. I run winter freight between Juneau and Haines when the schedules are tight and the weather hates everyone equally. I've driven barges and ferries long enough to know their sounds, their moods, the way steel complains when it's cold. Ferries are honest. They creak, they groan, they obey physics. This wasn't physics. This was a ferry changing its mind with me halfway aboard. The ramp climbed higher. My seatbelt locked across my chest. The cab angle steepened enough that my loose coffee mug slid off the dash and shattered near my boots. The smell of coffee flooded up, hot and bitter, and for a second it mixed with another smell that didn't belong on a ferry in January. Wet earth, like a grave dug too shallow. I mashed the accelerator and felt the drive spin, trying to claw up the ramp. The engine snarled. The trailer shoved back, heavy and wrong. My mirrors shook. The deckhand, his reflective vest glowing, pounded the side rail with something metallic. His head kept jerking toward the water as if something there was giving orders. Then the PA system crackled overhead. A woman's voice, calm as a customer service line, said, "Driver, remain where you are. The vessel is at capacity." That capacity, I shouted, even though she couldn't hear me. I'm already on the ramp. The PA responded immediately, as if it could. You are not counted yet. The ramp jerked upward another foot. My cab tilted so sharply my stomach lifted. The windshield framed nothing but night sky and the cold glare of lights. The river fell away below me, black and glossy, streaked with floating chunks of ice that bumped against each other like teeth. I reached for the yellow air horn pull and yanked. The horn bleated once, strangled, then died. The steering wheel vibrated under my palms as if something was knocking from underneath the column. Behind me from the trailer came a slow, heavy thud. 1, 2. The trailer doors bulged again, more pronounced, the steel bowing outward like a chest pushing against a rib cage. My throat went tight. My load wasn't supposed to move. It was sealed pallets of packaged food and medical supplies for a clinic in Huna, boxed, strapped, normal. Except for one pallet marked special handling, shrink-wrapped in black plastic with no visible contents. The dock clerk in Juneau had refused to tell me what it was, just pointed at a line on the manifest that said, "Do not break wrap. Do not delay ferry boarding." I'd joked about cursed cargo earlier to a guy at the dock who was smoking under a sign that said no smoking. He hadn't laughed. He'd flicked ash into the snow and said, "If it misses the last ferry, it walks." I remembered that now, with my trailer doors flexing like something inside was pushing to be born. The PA crackled again. Driver, confirm name for manifest. My hands clenched. The ramp held me suspended between land and water. If I rolled backward, the trailer would yank me down into the river. If I surged forward, I'd ram the ferry gate and maybe still end up in the water. And now the ferry wanted my name like it was a ticket. No, not my name's me. I leaned toward the open side window, wind slicing my face with snow grit. Hey, I yelled at the deckhand. Ramp's lifting, I need it down. He looked at me, eyes wide and white-trimmed in the floodlights. His lips moved. I read them. Don't answer. Then he pointed behind me again, frantic, and I saw why. A seam appeared down the center of my trailer doors, not where the doors met, but in the metal itself, as if the aluminum skin was splitting. Blackness seeped through the crack like oil. The crack widened slowly, as if pried open from inside by something patient. The PA voice softened. Elena Navarro, confirm. My lungs seized. I hadn't told anyone my name, not tonight. At the dock, I'd shown my ID. That was it. The ferry shouldn't know me like this. Don't, I whispered to myself. The ramp shuddered. The tractor rocked. The ferry's floodlights flickered once, and in that brief dimness I saw movement under the water, something long, pale, sliding just beneath the surface, circling the ramp pilings. The deckhand slammed his fist against the railing and shouted something I couldn't hear. He made a cutting motion across his throat. Don't answer. I swallowed hard and forced my gaze to the dashboard clock. 11:58 p.m. January 9th, 2024. I'd been on schedule. I'd been early even. The clock blinked. 11:58. 11:58. It didn't change. The ramp rose another inch. The PA said, capacity is determined by weight and name. Weight is known, name is pending. My skin crawled. I felt suddenly heavy in my seat, like gravity had increased just for me. The seat belt pressed deeper into my collarbone. My boots felt glued to the floor mat. The thudding inside the trailer changed rhythm. Not random now. It was knocking, deliberate like a code. 3 knocks, pause, 2 knocks, pause, 3 knocks. A pattern that made my brain itch with recognition. I'd heard it once before, years ago, when I was a kid in Arizona and a neighbor had died in his home. The paramedics had knocked on his door in that exact rhythm. A professional knock. A knock that means we're here to take what's inside. I stared into the side mirror at my trailer doors bowing outward. The black seam widened, and from within it, a thin line of frost spilled out into the air. Not mist, but shards of ice that hovered, suspended, then drifted upward instead of down. Gravity wrong. The ferry horn bellowed again, but this time it didn't come from the ferry. It came from beneath the water, a vibration that traveled up the ramp into my frame. My teeth clicked. The PA voice said, "Last ferry out, please board." I was already trying. I shoved the truck into low gear and eased the accelerator, careful not to spin. The drives found traction for a heartbeat. The tractor crawled forward inches. The ramp rose with me, matching my movement, keeping the angle steep, preventing me from gaining purchase. It was like climbing a staircase that grew with each step. The deckhand ran toward the control box at the side of the ramp, slammed his gloved hand on switches, yanked a lever. Nothing changed. He pounded again, then looked at me with absolute panic and shook his head violently. The controls weren't working, or they were working for something else. The PA voice shifted tone lower, more intimate. You can't force a crossing, you must be accepted. Accepted like a sacrifice. I thought of all the things a ferry carries: people, cars, trucks, cargo. We trust it because it's a system, a schedule, a routine. But underneath that, it's a crossing. Crossings have rules older than paperwork. I'd heard stories in dockside bars, fishermen talking about ferries that vanished in fog, about names called over PA systems that didn't match any passenger list. I'd always assumed it was booze and boredom. But now my dash clock was frozen, my trailer was splitting open, and the ferry was demanding my name like it was currency. The seam in the trailer doors widened enough that I could see inside, beyond the pallets, into a darkness that wasn't normal shadow. It looked thick, like velvet soaked in water. Something inside shifted, and the blackness bulged outward like a lung filling. My throat tightened. I reached for my phone to call the ferry office, the dock, anyone. No signal, of course. Haines in winter is spotty at best, and on the river it's worse. My screen lit anyway. A text message appeared from an unknown number. Answer the PA or it will answer for you. My fingers went numb. I didn't type back. I didn't have to. The PA immediately crackled and played a sound that made my stomach flip. My own voice, recorded, said, "Elena Navarro ready to board." I hadn't said that. The deckhand heard it too. His head snapped toward the speaker horn. His face went slack, then horrified. He pointed at me again, shaking his head, mouthing a word that froze my blood. Too late. The ramp stopped rising. The green boarding light above the ferry gate turned on. For a heartbeat, relief tried to bloom. Then the trailer doors behind me blew outward like a bomb had gone off. A sheet of black plastic, shrink wrap, whipped out into the wind, snapping like a flag. The special handling pallet inside was exposed, and what I saw on it made my brain refuse the image for a second. It wasn't a crate, it wasn't machinery. It was a rectangle of ice, clear as glass, the size of a coffin strapped to the pallet with thick ratchet straps. Inside the ice was something curled in a fetal position. A human shape, pale skin pressed against frozen air bubbles, hair floating like seaweed. Its eyes were open, and they were looking at me. The thing inside the ice smiled slowly, as if my gaze warmed it. The deckhand stumbled backward, slipping on snow. He fell hard, elbow cracking against metal. He didn't get up. The PA voice changed again, dropping the customer service calm. It became hungry, eager. Cargo verified, occupant verified, capacity recalculated. Occupant. My hands flew to the shifter. I slammed into gear and gunned the throttle. The tractor surged forward at last, the ramp lowering just enough to let me climb. I roared onto the ferry deck, tires clanging over steel grating. The ferry gate slammed shut behind me with a crash that echoed across the river. The moment my trailer cleared the ramp, the trailer doors, blown open, began to swing inward as if pulled by suction, not closing normally. Folding, bending, reshaping, like the metal wanted to seal itself around what was inside. The ice coffin on the pallet glowed faintly under the floodlights, throwing pale light onto the deck. Crew members appeared out of the ferry's shadow, too many, moving too smoothly. They wore dark uniforms with reflective strips, but their faces were obscured by hoods. They didn't run like panicked humans. They walked in synchronized steps toward my trailer, toward the exposed ice coffin. I kept the truck rolling forward, aiming for a spot on deck, but the deck markings blurred. The ferry interior felt bigger than it should be, lanes stretching too long, as if space was being added. The PA voice purred, "Proceed to lane 3, parking brake, engine off, remain in vehicle." My pulse hammered. I didn't want to stop. Stopping felt like consent, but ferries require you to stop. They chain you, they secure you. That's how you don't die in rough water. The crew figures reached my trailer. One raised a gloved hand and touched the ice coffin. The ice didn't melt. It darkened, clouding, as if something inside exhaled warmth that wasn't heat. The gloved figure turned its head toward my cab, and though I couldn't see its face, I felt its attention like a spotlight on my skin. My truck rolled into a lane without me steering, drifting smoothly, guided, aligning perfectly. The steering wheel moved under my hands as if an invisible driver was correcting. "No," I whispered. I tried to fight it, but the wheel resisted like muscle. The truck stopped exactly on the painted line. My foot lifted off the brake without me deciding. The parking brake knob popped out on its own with a loud hiss. "Engine. Me off." The key turned in the ignition without my hand moving. Silence fell thick and suffocating. The heater fan died. The cab temperature began to drop immediately, cold seeping in like water through cracks. The PA whispered, "Thank you, Elena Navarro." Then from the trailer, the ice coffin thudded once hard, as if something inside had kicked. The crew figures stepped back in unison. They formed a semicircle around the coffin like witnesses. The ferry's engines rumbled to life, a deep vibration that traveled through steel into my spine. The deck trembled. We were moving. I looked out the windshield. The ferry gate area should have shown the riverbank, the dock lights, the ramp lowering. Instead, beyond the gate was darkness. No shore, no dock, no stars. Just black water stretching endlessly, with slow, pale shapes moving beneath it like submerged roads. My breath fogged the glass. My heart pounded. My mind tried to calculate. We'd left the dock. We should be in the river channel. We should see something. But the ferry felt like it had left more than the dock. It felt like it had left the map. The PA clicked. "Crossing time indefinite." The words hit me like a slap. Indefinite, my stomach clenched. I reached for the door handle again, needing an exit, needing air. The latch moved, but the door didn't open. The seam was rimed with frost, but not natural frost. Frost that looked like lacework, deliberate sealing. I tried the passenger door, same. I was locked in. Outside, the crew figures began to move again. Two approached my trailer's rear where the doors had been damaged. Their hands pressed against the metal, and the doors bent inward like soft tin, reshaping, sealing shut over the opening. The trailer became whole again, as if it had never burst. Except for one detail, the reflective tape on the doors changed. It rearranged itself into letters. VLDN8. My name spelled in reflective striping like a highway sign. The ice coffin thudded again inside the trailer, muffled now. The trailer vibrated with it. I felt something cold slide along the inside of my cab door, like a fingertip tracing the seam. I jerked away. The PA voice whispered, close, intimate. "We put names on what we keep." My mouth went dry. "What do you want?" I rasped. The PA responded immediately. "A driver. A vessel needs a driver. A crossing needs a witness. A schedule needs someone to keep it." I shook my head, chest tight. "I'm not." A sound cut me off. A knock on my driver's side window. 3 slow knocks. Same rhythm as before. I turned my head. Frost had thickened on the glass, but a circular patch cleared as if warmed by breath. A face appeared inches from mine. Not a crew member. A woman with hair plastered to her skull with ice, eyes wide and bloodshot. Her lips were blue. She wore a ferry passenger jacket, the kind you buy in a gift shop. She stared at me with desperate intensity. She mouthed words. "Help me." I swallowed hard. My hand lifted toward the window without thinking. I wanted to pound back, to tell her I couldn't, to ask how she was out there in this cold on a moving ferry. Then I saw what was wrong. Her neck. There was a thin reflective strip around it, like a collar. On the strip, tiny letters, capacity. Her eyes rolled slightly, and I realized she wasn't standing. She was hanging just out of my field of view, suspended from above. The collar wasn't decoration. It was a tag, a label. The woman's mouth opened wider, and though I couldn't hear her through glass, I could feel vibration in my teeth as she tried to scream. The PA voice sighed. "Previous driver. She missed her ferry, so we kept her. Names are heavy, Alina. People don't realize that until we weigh them." My stomach lurched. I pressed my palm against the window, trembling. The woman outside pressed her own hand against mine through the glass. Her skin looked waxy, stretched, as if it had been frozen and thawed too many times. Her eyes darted toward my trailer, then back to me. She mouthed, "Don't let it know your voice." My throat tightened. I couldn't speak. I couldn't even breathe right. The woman's face shifted, and for a second it looked like she was smiling, but it was a grimace of pain. Then her eyes went unfocused, as if something had pulled her attention away. Her mouth moved again, forming a different word. "Sorry." She drifted upward, slowly, lifted by something unseen, until her face disappeared into darkness above the cab roofline. The frost patch on the glass refroze instantly, sealing her out, sealing me in. I sat shaking in the driver's seat, listening to the ferry engine's rumble. The cab temperature dropped. My breath came out in thick white clouds. My hands began to ache with cold. I looked at my dash clock. 11:58. It blinked. 11:58. It hadn't moved since the ramp. Indefinite crossing time, frozen time, a ferry that wasn't on water I recognized. My mind scrambled for action, heat, escape, signal, anything. The ignition key was still in. I try. Ed to turn it. It wouldn't budge. The steering wheel lock clicked, engaged. The truck was a parked object now, part of the cargo, part of the ferry. The PA whispered, almost kindly, "Rest. You'll need strength when we arrive." "Arrive where?" I whispered before I could stop myself. The PA paused, as if savoring the question. Then it answered in my own voice, perfectly, as if it had recorded me. "Arrive where?" My blood ran cold. It had my voice now. It didn't need me to speak again. It had taken the sound of me like a ticket stub. The trailer thudded again, harder, and the entire cab shook. Somewhere behind the sealed doors, the ice coffin was moving. I stared at the passenger seat. On it lay my manifest clipboard. The papers fluttered slightly, though there was no wind. The top sheet, the one with the warning, had changed. Where it had said, "Do not delay ferry boarding," it now said, "Delivery location, mouth of the arm." I knew Turn-Again Arm. Everyone does. It's tidal and dangerous mud flats that can swallow a person. But mouth of the arm wasn't a place on any map. It sounded like anatomy, like the river and ocean were part of something larger that could eat. The trailer shook again. A crack sounded, ice splitting. A faint pale light seeped through the trailer's front wall into my cab, through the tiny gap where the trailer met the tractor. The light wasn't bright, but it was enough to make the air look thicker, filled with floating ice crystals that drifted upward. In that light, I saw something on my windshield that hadn't been there before, a line of frost forming letters from the inside. "Say your name." My mouth went dry, my teeth chattered. The frost letters thickened, as if impatient. Say your name. Outside, beyond the ferry gate, a pale shape rose from the black water. It was huge, curved, like a rib breaking the surface. More shapes followed, forming an archway of bone-white structures, slick with ice. The ferry's lights reflected off them, making them glow like teeth. We were approaching a mouth. The PA voice became a whisper so soft it felt like it was inside my skull. Names are how we digest you. Weight is how we keep you. Choose. Choose what? To give it my name and become part of its manifest. Or refuse and be miscounted, lost, drowned, swallowed. My hands shook. I pressed my palms against my thighs, trying to ground myself. I thought of my daughter in Juneau, 8 years old, missing a front tooth, asking me why I always left. I thought of the way she said my name, Mama, like it meant safety. I couldn't let the ferry have it. The frost letters on the windshield pulsed. Say your name. The trailer thudded again, and this time I heard a sound from within it, faint but distinct. My own voice, muffled through metal, whispering, Elena, Elena, Elena. My stomach twisted. The thing in the ice coffin had my voice too, or it was learning it. The ferry approached the bone archway. The water around it churned with slow currents like saliva. The floodlights dimmed, as if the darkness ahead was consuming light. I did the only thing left. I bit my tongue hard enough to draw blood. Pain flared hot, real. Blood filled my mouth with metallic warmth. I spat it onto my manifest papers, smearing red across ink. The act was primal and stupid, but it was mine. It was a refusal to be clean, to be recorded. The PA crackled sharply. Contamination. I laughed, a wet, choking sound, because the word felt like victory. I reached down and pulled the emergency airline release under my dash, something you do only in catastrophic failure. The line hissed violently. Air dumped from my system. The truck shuddered, settling. The brakes engaged in a full lock as pressure dropped. The ferry deck beneath me jolted. The ferry engines surged, confused, as if the vessel didn't like an object refusing to behave. The PA screamed, not words, just feedback. The frost letters on the windshield shattered into chaotic patterns. Outside, the crew figures snapped their heads toward my cab in unison. Their reflective strips flashed. They started moving toward me fast now, no longer smooth. Their steps clanged on steel. I grabbed the tire thumper from behind my seat, hands slick with saliva and blood, and braced it against the driver door as if I could pry it open. The door seam was frosted shut, but frost can be broken. Metal can be bent. If I could get out onto the deck, maybe I could run. Maybe I could jump into the river. Maybe drowning would be better than being counted. The crew figures reached my cab. Gloved hands slapped the window, leaving prints that didn't fog, that didn't melt. They pressed close, and though their faces were hidden, I felt them smiling. The PA hissed, non-compliant cargo, non-compliant driver. The ferry passed under the bone archway. For a fraction of a second, everything went dark. No lights, no engine rumble, no wind sound, just a crushing silence like being underwater. Then the lights snapped back on. But the ferry deck was different. The steel beneath me was not painted blue-gray anymore. It was a wet, pale surface with ridges, like the inside of a throat. The lane markings were gone, replaced by branching veins of frost that pulsed faintly. The crew figures were gone. My trailer behind me was gone. The space where it should have been was empty air, and beyond my tractor's rear window, I could see blackness stretching behind, like a tunnel receding. My truck was alone on a living deck, moving through something that wasn't water. The PA voice whispered, satisfied, "Arrival." My hands trembled on the thumper. I turned slowly in my seat, staring at the empty fifth wheel behind me, the dangling air lines severed clean, dripping something darker than oil. Then my rearview mirror caught a reflection. Not of my empty fifth wheel. Of my trailer, still attached, still sealed, sitting on a normal steel deck under normal ferry lights. And standing beside it, looking up at the mirror as if it could see me, was a woman with ice in her hair and a reflective collar around her neck. She raised a hand and waved slow. In the mirror, her mouth formed words. "Welcome back." My dash clock blinked. 11:58. And from somewhere behind my cab, in the space where my trailer should have been, I heard the faintest thud, like ice knocking from inside a coffin, and my own voice whispering my name with perfect patience, rehearsing it until it fit. "Elena," it breathed. "Elena, Elena." Story 6, Black Box on the Dalton. Black box on the Dalto, the dash camera started playing footage I hadn't recorded yet, and the screen showed my truck burning in a white ditch 50 yards ahead of me. Flames rolled out of my sleeper window in slow. The dash camera started playing footage I hadn't recorded yet, and the screen showed my truck burning in a white ditch 50 yards ahead of me. Flames rolled out of my sleeper window in slow motion, orange tongues licking at the blowing snow like it was paper. The timestamp in the corner read February 2nd, 2026, 4:19 a.m. My own face appeared in the driver's window of that burning cab, slack and waxy, eyes open as if I was watching myself die from inside the fire. Then the camera feed glitched and snapped back to live view. The empty Dalton highway, the same blizzard, the same darkness. My dash clock read 3:41 a.m. The outside temp was -46. And from the passenger seat, a voice I'd never heard before whispered, "You can still choose which version of you arrives motion," orange tongues licking at the blowing snow like it was paper. The timestamp in the corner read February 2nd, 2026, 4:19 a.m. My own face appeared in the driver's window of that burning cab, slack and waxy, eyes open as if I was watching myself die from inside the fire. Then the camera feed glitched and snapped back to live view. The empty Dalton highway, the same blizzard, the same darkness. My dash clock read 3:41 a.m. The outside temp was -46. And from the passenger seat, a voice I'd never heard before whispered, "You can still choose which version of you are. My name is Gavin Mercer, and I've spent 12 winters hauling in Alaska because I'm good at two things: keeping a rig upright on bad ice and not asking questions I don't want answered." On the Dalton Highway, questions are dangerous. They turn into stories. Stories turn into rumors. Rumors turn into mile markers. I stared at the dash cam screen until my eyes burned. The footage had been too clear to dismiss as a glitch. I'd seen the exact scrape on my bumper from a Fairbanks backing mishap, the same crack in the passenger side visor, the same hanging air freshener shaped like a pine tree that I'd never replaced because it reminded me of nothing. That truck in the ditch was mine. That burning man was me. The voice in the passenger seat was calm, almost friendly. "You saw it," it said. "Now you can steer around it or into it." I didn't look at the passenger seat. I couldn't. If I looked and saw something sitting there, I'd have to accept it as real, and then it would be inside my head permanently. I kept my eyes on the road and forced my hands to stay steady at 10 and 2. "Who's there?" I asked, voice rough. "Your black box," the voice said, and a soft chuckle followed like static finding a rhythm. "The part of the truck that remembers." The black box, event data recorder. Every big fleet truck had one now. Accelerations, braking, speed, engine hours, hard turns, collisions, evidence, insurance, liability. It was supposed to be a silent witness. Mine had just spoken. I was northbound on the Dalton mile marker 271, somewhere between Coldfoot and Deadhorse, running a load of drilled components in a flatbed with tarps strapped tight. The pipeline was a dark ribbon to my right when the storm thinned, a presence more than a sight. The wind came hard from the east, driving snow sideways so the world became a white hallway. My headlights chewed at it and got nothing back but glare. I'd left Fairbanks on February 1st, 2026. The load had been last minute, the kind of call you don't say no to if you like money and don't like being home. Dispatch had sounded relieved when I answered. "We need you on this," my boss said. "Only you, clean record, good habits." "Why only me?" I asked, already regretting it. A pause, paper shuffling. Then, "Because the last driver won't stop calling." I laughed, thinking he meant a complaint, a bounced check, some drama. "Calling who?" "You'll see," he'd said and hung up. At the yard, the shipper gave me a sealed envelope along with the bills. No logo, no address, just my name printed in block letters like a label on a tow tag. Gavin Mercer. "Open it when you lose signal," the shipper said, not meeting my eyes. "What signal?" I asked. He flinched. "Any signal." I'd stuffed the envelope into the center console and told myself it was some new corporate safety nonsense. Training memo, threat about compliance, the kind of bureaucracy that follows you even into the Arctic. The Dalton in winter is its own system. It doesn't care about your company's rules. It doesn't care about your deadlines. It cares about temperature, traction, and whether you respect it. Around 10:30 p.m., somewhere north of the Yukon River, I'd felt my steering go light for a heartbeat. A floating sensation, not a skid, not black ice, more like the road itself. Had released me and then caught me again. My dash clock flickered. 10:30, 10:31, 10:30 again. I tapped the display. It stabilized. The CB was mostly quiet. A few voices far off, drivers warning about drifts, about a stalled rig at mile 202. Normal. Then at 11:02 p.m., my CB crackled and my own voice said, "Gavin, you're going too fast for a man who already died." I almost dropped the mic. I hadn't keyed it. I hadn't spoken. Yet there it was, my voice, my tone, my little habit of drawing out the word, fast like it had an extra syllable. I told myself it was someone else who sounded similar. Truckers imitate each other. They joke, they spook. I switched channels, the voice followed. I shut the CB off. The cab became quieter, but the silence felt crowded, like something was waiting in it. At 1:15 a.m., I stopped at Coldfoot. Just fuel, coffee, a quick walk around to check straps. The air outside was so cold it felt thick, like inhaling glass. My breath crystallized in my beard. The sky above was black and starless behind storm cloud. The truck stop lights made the falling snow look like shredded paper. In the lot, a driver leaned against his trailer, smoking. The cigarette ember glowed like a tiny warning light. He watched me with tired eyes that didn't blink enough. "You hauling the drill parts?" he asked. "Yeah," I said, not stopping. He flicked ash. "Then don't look at your dash cam." I paused, turning my head slightly. "Why?" He smiled without humor. "Because it's already recorded what happens next, and once you see it, the truck thinks you consented." "That's stupid," I said, but the words sounded thin. The driver shrugged. "Consent is a funny thing. The road takes it where it can." Inside the diner, I tried to eat a bowl of chili. It tasted like metal and heat. My hands shook slightly, not from cold, but from the feeling that the world had shifted half an inch to the left, just enough to make everything feel off. When I went back out, my truck's dash cam lens was fogged, even though it sat inside behind the windshield. A smear on the glass in front of it looked like a fingertip drag, as if something had touched from the inside. I didn't wipe it. I climbed in and drove. Now, 3 hours later, the dash cam had shown me my own death in a ditch I hadn't reached yet, and a voice from my passenger seat was telling me I could choose. I gripped the wheel tighter. "I'm alone," I said out loud, like stating it could make it true. The voice hummed, almost approving. "You're never alone once the black box starts talking. It has backups, it has memory, it has your habits written in numbers. It knows you better than you do." My eyes flicked to the dash cam again. The live feed showed the road ahead. Empty, snow, darkness, my headlights. But in the corner of the screen, the timestamp trembled, like it couldn't decide what time it was. It fluttered between 3:41 and 4:19 back and forth like a heartbeat. I forced myself to focus on driving. The Dalton's curves can be deceptive in whiteout. The road can vanish into drift. You keep your speed steady, avoid sudden inputs, let the truck ride. The passenger voice whispered, "There's a turn coming, you always take it too wide." "I don't," I muttered. "You will," it said, and I felt a faint vibration through the seat like something tapping underneath. "Because you always do when you're tired and scared." My mouth went dry. I hated how accurate it felt. I hated that it sounded like it wasn't predicting but remembering. A gust hit the trailer. The rig swayed. I corrected gently, knuckles white. The wind screamed across the cab like a living thing. Then my phone, which had been dead for hours with no bars, lit up with a notification. "New video received." No sender, no service, no reason. My stomach tightened. I didn't touch it. The dash cam screen flickered again. This time it wasn't fire. It was a view from outside my truck, as if filmed from the shoulder. My rig rolled past, tires crunching snow, running lights glowing. In the driver's seat, I sat upright, focused forward. And on the passenger side, pressed against the window, a pale face stared out. Not mine, not human. It had the shape of a face, but the features were too shallow, like someone had pressed a mask against glass and left it there. Its mouth was a horizontal slit, and it was stretched into a smile. The video ended. The dash cam returned to live feed. My hands began to tremble. "What the hell are you?" I whispered, voice cracking. The passenger voice sighed. "We're the record of you, every near miss, every time you nodded off and corrected, every time you thought you'd die and didn't. That energy has to go somewhere. It gets stored. Stored like data, like guilt." I remembered something I'd avoided thinking about for years, a crash outside Talk my first winter in Alaska. A minivan spun out and hit the median. I'd seen it too late, swerved, and missed it by inches. In my mirror, I watched it roll. I'd kept driving. I told myself I couldn't stop safely. I told myself someone else would. Later, I heard on the CB that a family had died. I'd never looked up the report. I'd never said their names out loud. I just kept driving, letting the memory sink into the truck's vibrations. Now in the dark, my passenger voice whispered, "You didn't stop then? Why would you stop now?" My stomach churned. I tasted bile. The cab smelled suddenly of burned plastic, faint but undeniable. I glanced at the dash cam timestamp. 4:19 flickered in the corner and held for a full second. Then in the distance ahead, A faint orange glow appeared through the whiteout. Firelight. My lungs locked. I blinked hard. The orange glow flickered like flame behind snow. It couldn't be. I hadn't crashed yet. The footage wasn't real. It was just... The glow sharpened. I saw the outline of a truck in the ditch ahead, half buried, flames licking up from the cab. My truck. My mind went blank for a heartbeat, then flooded with cold adrenaline. My hands moved on instinct, easing off the throttle, feathering the brake, trying to slow without sliding. The road's surface was slick. The tires hissed. The passenger voice whispered, delighted, "There you are." The burning wreck grew closer. Heat shimmered in the air around it, warping the snowfall. The flames were too bright for this storm, too steady, like they were being fed by something that wasn't fuel. I drove past slowly, eyes wide, jaw clenched. As I passed, I saw the driver in the burning cab. Me. My face pressed to the window, eyes open, not screaming, just staring out with a calm that made my blood run cold. My mouth moved, silently forming words. I read lips. Stop. My truck rolled past. The wreck receded in the mirror, still burning in the ditch. My heart pounded, my breath came fast. That's impossible, I whispered. The passenger voice said, "You just did it again." I realized what it meant. The choice wasn't to avoid the wreck. The choice was whether to stop for it, whether to acknowledge the dying version of me, whether to pick up my own remains, figuratively or literally, and carry them. The Dalton punishes drivers who stop for no reason, but it also punishes drivers who don't stop when they should. I kept driving because my body chose before my conscience could. Momentum, survival, habit. The passenger voice purred, "Good, keep going. Let the record stay on the roadside." My throat tightened. Shame and terror mixed into a thick nausea. 10 minutes later, the orange glow appeared again ahead. My stomach dropped. "No," I whispered. The same wreck, same angle in the ditch, same flames, same me staring out. My dash clock blinked 4:19. I'd looped. The Dalton had folded back on itself, like a strip of film repeating a frame. I didn't slow this time. Panic made my foot press the accelerator. 50, 55, the wind shoved, the trailer swayed. The wreck flashed by, closer, flames roaring, my own face turning to follow me. In the mirror it receded, then vanished into snow. My dash clock snapped back to 3:41. I clenched my jaw until it hurt. "Stop messing with the clock," I growled. The passenger voice laughed softly. "Time is just another kind of data. The black box stores it." My hands began to ache. My eyes burned with fatigue. The whiteout erased depth perception. The lane markers were buried. I drove by memory of the road's curvature and the faint edges of snow berms. Then my dash cam screen went black. For a heartbeat, relief. Then white text appeared on the screen, like subtitles. "Event review available." Below it, a list of timestamps scrolled, all labeled with my name. GAVIN Mercer 4, 19 a.m. GAVIN Mercer 4, 19 a.m. GAVIN Mercer 4, 19 a.m. Dozens of them, hundreds, a catalog. The passenger voice said, "You've died here so many times. Each time you choose, each time you keep driving, and each time we get heavier." My throat went tight, heavier. The truck felt heavier suddenly, the steering sluggish, the suspension groaning. My accelerator response delayed. It was like hauling twice the weight, like my trailer had filled with lead. My speed dropped even with my foot on the pedal. 40, 35. The engine strained. The RPM climbed, the truck fought. "What are you doing?" I whispered, panic rising. "We're adding you," the passenger voice said, almost tender. "All the versions you abandon, we stack them in the record, we strap them down, we haul them with you." I could smell it now, burned plastic, smoke, faint sweetness like cooked meat. It seeped into the cab vents as if the wreck in the ditch was bleeding into my present. In the corner of my windshield, frost patterns began forming lines that looked like handwriting. Tiny letters branching, spelling my name. A G of V. I shook my head violently. No. The passenger seat creaked. I felt weight settle there, as if someone had sat down. I didn't look, I couldn't, my hands trembled. The truck drifted slightly toward the shoulder. I corrected, too sharp. Tires skidding a fraction. My heart slammed. The passenger voice whispered, closer now, in my ear rather than from the seat. "Look at us, you owe us that." "I don't owe you anything," I rasped. A breathy laugh. "You owe yourself." The road ahead curved gently, the kind of curve you take wide when tired. My hands tightened. I focused. I could do this. I could get through. I just needed to. The dash cam screen flickered back to live feed. But the live feed wasn't the road anymore. It was the inside of my cab, filmed from the dash, angled to show my face and the passenger seat. My face on screen looked pale, eyes rimmed red, jaw clenched. I looked like a man being watched. In the passenger seat on the screen sat a man. He wore my jacket, my hat. His face was my face, but burned, skin blackened and cracked, hair singed off, eyes glossy like boiled marbles. Smoke curled from his nostrils with each breath. He turned his head slowly toward the camera and smiled, lips splitting. Then he turned toward me, not the camera, as if the recording and the present were merging. I felt heat on my cheek, real heat in a cab that had been cold. I couldn't not look anymore. My eyes slid toward the passenger seat in reality. It was empty. But the seatbelt on that side was extended, taut, as if wrapped around an invisible torso. The buckle clicked, once, twice, like someone testing it. My stomach heaved. I gagged, swallowed hard. The burned man on the dash cam leaned closer, pressing his charred face toward the lens. His voice came through the cab speakers, low and crackling, like fire chewing wood. "Stop," he said. "Stop and pick me up." My hands shook. "I can't," I whispered. "You can," he insisted. "You just don't want to be slowed down." The curve approached. My speed was dropping now, not by choice. 30, 25. The truck groaned under its own weight. The trailer felt like it was filling with bodies. The burned man's eyes on the screen widened. "If you don't stop, I'll climb in anyway." The passenger seat belt tightened with a sharp tug, pulling the belt straight across empty air. The buckle clicked again. The cab smelled suddenly of scorched hair. I snapped. I grabbed the sealed envelope from my center console with shaking hands. The one the shipper told me to open when I lost signal. My fingers fumbled the flap. I tore it open. Inside was a single page, printed in plain text. "If the record SPEAKS do not argue, do not confirm, do not look back, to end the loop you must make the stop it refuses." Below that, a set of coordinates and a note. "Pull into the ditch where you see yourself burning. Stop beside HIM, turn off the engine, open the driver door, let HIM out." My mouth went dry, my chest tightened. The instruction was insanity, a suicide note written in corporate font, "Pull into the ditch. Stop beside the burning wreck, turn off engine in -46. Open door let him out. Let who out the burned me, the record, the thing in the black box. The burned man on the dash cam smiled. There it is, he whispered, the stop. The curve hit. My truck drifted wide despite my correction, tires sliding toward the shoulder. The road edge vanished under drift. My right steer dropped into soft snow. The rig lurched, the trailer yanked, the world tilted. I fought the wheel, but the weight was wrong, my response delayed, like my arms were moving through syrup. The truck slid into the ditch. Not a crash, a controlled surrender. The snow berm rose in my headlights. The cab jolted. My seatbelt bit into me. The engine roared, then sputtered as the tires spun and found nothing. I was in the ditch. The exact angle from the dash cam footage. My dash clock blinked 4:19. Outside my windshield, 50 yards ahead, I saw my burning truck. It was there, waiting, flames curling in the storm like it had been lit just for me. The passenger voice whispered, satisfied, "Good, now do the rest." My breath came in ragged puffs. My hands trembled. My mouth tasted like pennies. I reached for the ignition. My fingers hovered. If I killed the engine, I might not get it restarted in this cold. I might freeze. If I opened the door, the wind could steal heat instantly. I could die in minutes. But hadn't I already died here? Hundreds of times, according to the dash cam list. Maybe the only way out was through the version of me I kept abandoning. I turned the key. The engine shut off with a heavy sigh. Silence rushed in absolute. The heater fan died. Cold began crawling in immediately, a living thing. The burned truck ahead crackled, flames snapping. The sound carried strangely clear through the storm, like it was inside my cab. I unbuckled. The click sounded too loud. My hands moved to the driver door handle. It was cold enough to burn through glove. The passenger seatbelt tightened again, as if bracing. The dash cam screen showed the burned man leaning toward my door, expectant. I pulled the handle. The door seal cracked with a sound like breaking ice. A wind slammed in brutal, stealing my breath, freezing moisture in my nostrils instantly. Snow blasted across my lap. In that blast of cold, I heard footsteps outside, crunching snow approaching fast. Not from ahead, from behind my cab. Someone was running up to my open door. I turned my head, heart hammering. A man leaned into the doorway, face blackened, eyes glossy, smoke curling from his mouth. Me. He smiled, and his teeth were too white against burned skin. Thanks, he whispered and climbed in. The seatbelt snapped across his chest by itself and clicked into the buckle with perfect finality. The cab filled with the smell of fire. Then my dash clock flickered back to 3:41, and the burned truck ahead went dark, as if it had never been burning at all. In the sudden quiet, with the wind still roaring through the open door, the version of me in the passenger seat turned his head and spoke in my voice, calm and satisfied. "Now you can keep driving," he said, "and this time you won't be alone when you crash." Story 7, The Aurora Audit. The logbook page wasn't blank when I opened it. It already had tomorrow written down in my handwriting, neat block letters, with a final line I hadn't written yet. 3:26 a.m. Stop engine. Let them count your BREATHS. I stared until my eyes burned, and then the cab lights went out by themselves, plunging me into darkness so complete I could hear my own pulse like a second set of tires on packed snow. Outside, the aurora unfurled across the sky in bright green ribbons that didn't move like light. They moved like fingers, slow and searching, tracing the highway as if it were a vein. My dash clock read 3:12 a.m., my outside temp read -41. Then my sleeper curtain rustled, and a voice that sounded like an old dot inspector whispered from the dark, "Log violation. Driver not properly alive." My name is Isaiah Klein. I haul mixed freight for anyone who will pay enough to make the winter worth it, and I've learned that Alaska doesn't just test your truck, it tests your paperwork. Paperwork is supposed to keep the world orderly. It's supposed to prove you did what you said you did. But out here, the dark is long enough that the paper starts proving things you haven't done yet. I didn't turn my flashlight on right away. I didn't move, I listened. The engine was idling steady, but I heard something else under it, an irregular ticking like a turn signal that wasn't mine. The heater fan had stopped with the lights, leaving only the faint hiss of air leaking somewhere in my dash. My breath felt loud, wet, obvious. "Who's there?" I asked, keeping my voice low as if volume could attract attention. The inspector voice came again, closer now, like it was leaning over my shoulder. "You are over hours. You are under temperature. You are out of compliance with your own body." I forced myself to flick the cab lights back on. The switch clicked, but nothing happened. No dome light. No dash glow. Only the faint green spill of aurora through the windshield, painting my steering wheel and my hands in sickly color. The voice sighed as if disappointed. "Electrical failure noted. Please remain seated for audit." Audit, the word made my stomach tighten. Audits means someone goes back through your history and decides what counts. The kind of thing that can ruin you even if you did everything right. I'd left Fairbanks at 6:20 p.m. on December 18th, 2024, heading west toward Nenana, then down toward Anchorage on the Parks Highway with a dry van of grocery freight. Boxed flour, canned soup, powdered milk. Nothing special. Clean bills, clean seal, clean run. I'd planned to stop at the usual pullouts, keep my hours legal, sleep, deliver. Routine. That's how you survive winter. Routine, repetition, no surprises. But at the yard, while I was hooking to the trailer, the night foreman had watched me with a look like he was waiting for me to say the wrong thing. "You got your paper log?" he'd asked. "Eld," I told him, tapping the tablet clip to my dash mount. "Digital." He swallowed. "Better keep a paper backup tonight." "Why?" I asked, already irritated. "Paper logs are a pain. They're also an invitation for mistakes." He didn't answer the question. He just held out a spiral-bound logbook and a pen. "If the lights go out," he said quietly, "don't read what's already written." That should have been my cue to walk away. But my rent was due, and winter freight pays double if you don't complain. I took the book, stuffed it behind the seat, and drove out into the dark. The first hour of the run was normal. The road was hard-packed, the air sharp, the stars bright as drilled holes in black steel. The aurora wasn't out yet. My eld worked. My CB chattered with the occasional voice, warnings about slick spots near clear, jokes about frozen diesel. I drank coffee that tasted like burnt plastic and kept rolling. At 9:47 p.m., my eld rebooted by itself. The screen went black, then flat. The company logo then returned to the log page. My duty status had changed without me touching it. It now read, "Off-duty sleeper, 3:26 a.m." I stared at it, confused. "It's not 3, I muttered. My dash clock read 9:47. The eld blinked once and corrected itself back to ON duty. I told myself it was a glitch, a satellite sync hiccup. The system loses GPS up here sometimes. Nothing to panic over. 10 minutes later, the aurora began. At first it was faint green haze over the tree line, like someone had smeared light across the sky with a thumb. Then it sharpened into bands, rippling in slow waves. Beautiful. Hypnotic. The kind of thing tourists pull over for and stand outside until their lungs hurt. I didn't pull over. I'd seen aurora before. I knew better than to get mesmerized. You don't stare at pretty things when the road is ice. Still, the light seeped into the cab, tinting everything green. My hands looked bruised. My dashboard looked like underwater machinery. The reflective tape on the trailer in my mirrors glowed like a warning. Then my CB crackled with a transmission that wasn't on any channel I'd set. Isaiah Klein, copy for audit. My stomach dropped. Nobody used my full name on the radio. Drivers use handles, company numbers, hey you. Full names are for cops and courtrooms. I grabbed the mic. Who is this? Static, then the same calm inspector voice. Breath count commencing at 3:26 a.m. Please maintain steady respiration. I released the mic slowly. My throat went dry. I turned the CB off. The cab got quieter, but the silence felt like a room full of people holding their breath. At 11:18 p.m., I stopped at a pullout near the Nenana River to pee and check my tires. The cold hit so hard it felt like my skin shrank. Snow squeaked under my boots with that high, dry sound it makes when it's dangerously cold. The aurora was brighter now, green bands overhead like luminous ribs. I walked around the rig with my flashlight, checking straps and seals out of habit even though the trailer was dry van. My beam swept the trailer doors. The seal was intact, but above it on the white paint there was a mark. A rectangle of frost-free metal, like a clipboard, had been pressed there and held long enough to melt the ice. In the center of the rectangle, faint letters were etched into the paint as if scratched from the inside. Isaiah Klein. My name. I stepped back so fast I almost slipped. My breath came fast. I shone the light again, hoping I'd imagined it, but the letters were there, clean and deliberate. Above me, the aurora rippled, and I realized the green light wasn't just in the sky. It was on the road, faintly, like a sheen. It made the snow sparkle in patterns that looked too organized. A car passed on the highway, tires hissing, tail lights red. It didn't slow. It didn't honk. Normal life moving past. For a second, I felt relief. Then the car's brake lights flared hard as if it had hit something. It swerved, corrected, and sped away. In the moment of its headlights sweeping the pullout, I saw something standing at the edge of my light cone. A figure in a reflective vest. I swung my flashlight toward it. Nothing, only trees and snow and aurora glow. I got back into my cab and locked the doors, even though locks do mean much against whatever had written my name on my trailer from the inside. I drove. I drove because movement is what a truck does when it doesn't know what else to do. By 2:50 a.m., fatigue set in hard. Not the normal kind, this was heavier, like my bones were filling with cold sand. My eyelids felt gritty. My thoughts slowed. I turned the heater up. I chewed peppermint gum until my jaw ached. I opened the window a crack to let the brutal cold slap me awake. The aurora intensified until it looked like the sky was peeling open in green curtains. The light reflected off the road in streaks. My headlights seemed weaker under it, like the aurora was overexposing the world. Then my dash clock began to stutter. 2:59, 3:00, 2:59. My stomach tightened. I glanced at the ELD. It blinked, then displayed a message I'd never seen. Audit mode enabled. Below it, breath count pending. I swore and tried to tap out of it. The screen didn't respond. The tablet felt warm under my fingers as if it had its own internal heat. I reached behind the seat for the paper logbook, thinking of the foreman's warning. I pulled it onto my lap and flipped it open. And that's when I saw tomorrow written in my handwriting, the line about stopping the engine and letting them count my breaths. The cab lights died, and the inspector voice whispered, "Log violation, driver not properly alive." Now, sitting in the dark green cab, I forced myself to do what I should have done hours ago: check reality. My hands went to my throat. I felt my pulse. Strong, fast, I pressed my palm to my chest. I felt my heart hammering. I breathed deliberately, slow in, slow out, like proving to myself I existed. The inspector voice tusked softly, "Fizzy." Cal signs noted, evidence inconclusive. "What do you want?" I asked, and my voice sounded small. "Compliance," it said. "A clean record, accountable driver." The aurora outside shifted. The green ribbons dipped lower, almost touching the tree line as if they were reaching down. The road ahead looked faintly luminous, and in that glow I saw something that made my stomach drop. Reflective dots in the roadway, like lane markers. Except these markers formed a rectangle across my lane, a perfect box of reflectors spanning shoulder to shoulder, like a checkpoint painted onto the snow. In the center of the rectangle, a single reflective post stood upright, though there should have been no post in the road. As I approached, my headlights hit it, and I saw the text printed on it in black letters. "Audit stop." I eased off the throttle without thinking. My foot found the brake. The truck slowed, tires crunching, ABS chattering faintly. I tried to steer around the box, but the steering wheel felt stiff, resisting. The inspector voice said, "Do not deviate, maintain lane." My palms went slick. "No," I muttered, "no, no." The truck rolled into the reflector box. The moment my steer tires crossed the first line of reflectors, my engine note changed. It dropped in pitch, as if the exhaust had been muffled. The heater fan died completely. The cab temperature plummeted like someone had opened a freezer door. My breath fogged the windshield instantly. The dash clock snapped to 3:26 a.m. A faint click came from beneath my seat, like a latch engaging. The inspector voice was satisfied, breath count commencing. A new sound joined the cab, soft beeps evenly spaced like a hospital monitor. Beep, beep, beep. Each beep synced with my breathing, not my heartbeat. It was counting inhalations. I sucked in a sharp breath. The beep quickened, it knew. "Stop the engine," the voice said, gentle as instruction. "You are out of compliance. Engine noise interferes with counting." I swallowed hard. Cold crept into my fingers. My fingertips began to ache, then numb. The cab glass frosting spread inward fast, like ice growing from the edges of the world. "Where are we?" I whispered. "In your record," the inspector voice said. "You entered audit space. This is where we reconcile discrepancies." The beeps continued. Beep, beep, beep. I looked out the windshield. The road beyond the reflector box was gone, not hidden by snow, gone. There was only darkness beyond the box, a black void that swallowed my headlights. The trees were gone. The sky was gone. The aurora hung overhead like a ceiling, green ribbons forming a dome. It felt like I was parked under a lid of light in an otherwise empty universe. My mirrors showed the same. Behind my trailer, no road, no forest, only black. My truck was in a bubble. The cold deepened. My breath began to hurt my lungs, sharp like needles. I flexed my fingers, fighting numbness. I tried the door handle, needing an exit, any option. The latch clicked, but the door didn't open. Frost had sealed the seam completely. It wasn't ice from weather. It was patterned, deliberate like lace, thick and strong. "Remain seated," the voice said. "Exiting vehicle will result in audit failure." "What happens if I fail?" I rasped. A pause, then almost kindly, "Correction." Correction, not punishment, not death. Correction like editing a line of text. The beep sped slightly as if impatient. The voice said, "Stop engine." I stared at the ignition. If I shut off the engine in -41, I risked not restarting. The cab would become a coffin. But the paper log already said 3:26 a.m., stop engine. Let them count your BREATHS, like the record was insistent. I thought of another line in my logbook, written tomorrow in my handwriting. The final entry after that in smaller letters, barely legible. 3:41 a.m., BREATHS miscounted. Driver revised. Revised? My stomach flipped. I didn't want to know what a revised driver looked like. The inspector voice whispered, "We can do it with you awake, or we can do it after you sleep." My throat tightened. I remembered fatigue nodding off. The micro-sleeps that killed truckers, the body's betrayal. Was that what this wanted? For me to drift, to stop resisting, to let my breathing become automatic and countable. No, I needed agency, a decision that was mine. I looked at the beeping source. It wasn't on my dash. It was coming from behind the sleeper curtain from my bunk area. A slow dread crawled up my spine. The curtain rustled gently, like something behind it was breathing. I reached back with a shaking hand and yanked the curtain aside. My bunk was occupied. A man lay there under my blanket as if he'd been sleeping for hours. His face was turned toward the wall. His body rose and fell with each breath. The beeps matched his breathing. Not mine. My stomach lurched. What the... The man rolled over slowly. It was me. But wrong. His skin was pale with a bluish tint like he'd been frozen and Awed, his lips were cracked. His eyes were open and glassy. And when he inhaled, frost formed on his eyelashes, then melted, then formed again in a cycle. He stared at me without blinking and whispered in my voice, "You're breathing too loud." The inspector voice said, "Discrepancy located, duplicate respiration detected." The beep stuttered. Two breathing patterns overlapped now, mine and his. The sound became confused. The me on the bunk smiled, slow and miserable. "You're messing up the count," he said. "If they can't count it, they'll fix it." I stumbled back, hitting my seat, my heart hammered. "You're not me," I whispered, but the words felt weak. He coughed softly, a puff of snow. "I'm the version they already logged," he said. "The compliant one, the quiet one, the one who stopped the engine and let them count." My stomach tightened. "What happens?" His eyes flicked toward the windshield, toward the black void beyond the reflector box. "They take your extra," he said. "They take the parts that don't fit the record, fear, doubt, noise. They smooth you down until you're predictable." The inspector voice purred. "Predictable drivers are safe drivers." The me on the bunk laughed, a dry sound. "Safe for who?" he whispered. The beeps surged into a rapid stutter. The cab temperature dropped another notch. My breath crystallized midair and drifted down like dust. My fingers went numb. The inspector voice sharpened. "Engine off. Breath count must be isolated. Comply." The me on the bunk sat up, blanket falling from his shoulders. His movement was stiff, like joints iced. He swung his legs over the edge of the bunk and stood barefoot on my cab floor. His feet left wet prints that immediately froze. He walked toward me slowly, and with each step my chest tightened as if his proximity stole oxygen. "Stop breathing so hard," he whispered. "Just let them count one set." He reached out and placed a cold hand on my throat. His fingers were not strong, but they were certain. The skin on his hand felt like ice wrapped in paper. Panic flared. I grabbed his wrist and tried to pry it away. His grip tightened. The inspector voice whispered, pleased, "Reduction in respiration. Good." The beep slowed. My vision spotted at the edges. My lungs burned. I clawed at his wrist, nails scraping. His skin didn't bruise, it didn't warm. It remained cold and smooth like dead meat. I kicked, connecting my boot with his shin. It felt like kicking a frozen log. He didn't flinch. He leaned closer, face inches from mine, eyes glossy. "You don't understand," he murmured. "If they revise you, you won't remember fighting. You'll just be clean." His breath smelled like paper and freezer burn. I gagged, struggling. My fingers brushed the paper logbook on my lap. The page with tomorrow's entries fluttered in the cold draft like it was alive. In desperation, I grabbed the logbook and slammed it into his face. Paper hit skin with a soft thud. He recoiled slightly, more from surprise than pain. The grip on my throat loosened for a second. I sucked in a ragged breath. The beep stuttered, confused. I flipped the logbook open and tore the page out, the page with tomorrow written on it. The paper ripped with a satisfying, violent sound. I crumpled it in my fist, grinding the ink, smearing the words until they were illegible. The inspector voice screamed in feedback, high and piercing. "Record tampering." The aurora outside flared brighter, green flooding the cab like liquid. The black void beyond the reflector box rippled as if it had surface tension. The me on the bunk snarled, his face twisting. "You idiot," he hissed. "Now they'll correct you harder." Maybe, but the paper felt like leverage, proof that the future wasn't fixed. If I could corrupt the record, maybe I could break the audit. I grabbed the pen and stabbed it through the crumpled page in my fist like pinning an insect. Ink bled onto my glove. My hands shook. The inspector voice roared, "Invalid entry. Reconciliation required." The cab temperature surged, not warmer but stranger. My skin tingled. My ears popped as if pressure changed. The beeping stopped abruptly. Silence. The me on the bunk staggered, his outline flickering like a bad video stream. His face blurred, features smearing. He looked suddenly less solid, as if his existence depended on that page remaining intact. He reached for me desperate. "Give it back," he whispered. "Give it back or I'll..." He broke into static. His body dissolved in front of my eyes into a spray of frost crystals that drifted upward and vanished into the aurora glow. The blanket on the bunk fell limp. The cab smelled briefly of ozone and old paper. My throat ached where his fingers had been. I gulped air, coughing. The inspector voice returned, lower now, furious. "Duplicate respiration removed. Breath count can proceed." No, I wasn't letting it proceed. I wasn't letting anything count me. I grabbed the ignition and twisted hard, intending to star. Driving out of the reflector box, to force movement, to break the audit space. The key wouldn't turn, the steering wheel locked, my truck was immobilized. The inspector voice whispered, satisfied again. "Driver cannot leave during audit." I looked out the windshield. The reflector box markers were still there, glowing faintly. The audit stop post stood in the center like a judge's gavel. The black void beyond pulsed slowly, like a throat opening and closing. My breath slowed despite my panic. Cold was winning, my fingers were numb. My thoughts were fuzzing at the edges. Sleep crept in like a tide. The inspector voice murmured, "Good, now we count." I felt my eyelids droop. I fought it, shaking my head, slapping my own cheek. The sting was distant through numb skin. I needed heat, movement, shock. I reached under the seat for my emergency flare kit, old-school road flares, the kind that burn bright and hot. I struck one clumsily with numb fingers. It sputtered, then flared to life with a hiss, casting red-orange light. The cab filled with warmth from the flare, immediate and harsh. The red light fought the green aurora glow, creating a sick purple on my dashboard. The inspector voice hissed, "Unauthorized flame." "Good," I rasped. I held the flare close to the windshield. The frost patterns melted, dripping. I pressed it to the door seam. Ice hissed and receded. The cab filled with sulfur smell. My lungs burned, but it was a different burn than cold. It was alive. The inspector voice rose in panic. "Fire hazard, audit suspended, driver must remain sealed." I laughed, a cracked sound. "You can't count me if you can't keep me cold." The door seam melted enough that I could force the door open a crack. Wind screamed in. Snow blasted my face, but the crack was an opening. The black void beyond the reflector box seemed to react. It rippled faster. The aurora flickered. The inspector voice screamed, "Close the door." I shoved the door wider and stepped one boot onto the running board, flare in hand. The outside wasn't a normal highway shoulder. It was the reflector box glowing under the aurora dome. Beyond it, the black void churned like deep water. The audit stop post stood a few yards ahead. In the red flare light, I saw something etched into it that I hadn't seen before. A list of names, hundreds, scratched into the reflective surface like tally marks. Some were crossed out. Some were circled. And near the bottom, freshly etched, was mine. Isaiah Kaline. My stomach turned. I held the flare closer. The letters weren't just scratched, they were burned into the post as if branded. The inspector voice whispered from everywhere now, not just the cab. "If you leave the vehicle, you become the marker." My throat tightened. I thought of the foreman's warning. Don't read what's already written. It had been written because someone had already placed me here in their record. I looked back at my truck. The cab interior glowed purple and red from the flare. The driver's seat looked empty, waiting. My breath fogged and drifted out into the aurora dome. The void beyond the reflector box pulsed, and in that pulse I saw shapes moving in the darkness, tall silhouettes, thin as signposts drifting closer, as if drawn by my heat. The inspector voice said, softer now, coaxing, "Return to cab, close door, stop engine, let us count, you will be safe." Safe, predictable, revised. My fingers tightened around the flare. The flare burned down, its heat diminishing. I didn't have much time. Cold would reclaim me quickly if I stayed out. I made a choice that felt like ripping my own skin off. I threw the flare at the audit stop post. The flare hit and stuck, sizzling against the reflective surface. The post glowed red-hot. The etched names blackened. Smoke curled up, and the aurora above flickered violently as if offended. The inspector voice screamed, a sound like tearing paper amplified through speakers. "Record destruction." The reflector box lights blinked, some going out. The black void beyond shuddered, rippling like water hit by a rock. The tall silhouettes in the darkness jerked back, as if the burn had pushed them away. My dash clock, visible through the windshield, flickered. 3:26, 3:12, 3:27. Time moved. The steering wheel lock clicked free with a sound I felt in my bones. I scrambled back into the cab, slammed the door, and twisted the ignition. The engine coughed, then roared to life, loud and defiant. Heat surged from the vents slowly. The dash lights blinked back on in a weak glow. The LED screen flashed error codes, then went blank, then returned to normal duty status. The aurora outside dimmed slightly, retreating higher into the sky, its fingers pulling back. I put the truck in gear and eased forward. The reflector box markers faded under my headlights like they were never there. The audit stop post vanished into blowing snow. The black void dissolved into ordinary darkness with trees and road edges reappearing like a woe. RLD reloading. I drove, heart hammering, hands shaking, heater blasting. For 10 miles, nothing happened. Just road, just storm, just the hum of tires. Then my ELD pinged softly with a notification. Audit completed. Below it, driver status, revised. My stomach dropped. No, I whispered. I glanced at my hands on the wheel. They looked normal, but when I exhaled, I didn't see breath fog the windshield. I inhaled sharply. My chest rose, but I felt no air move in my lungs. The cab was warm now, but I felt cold in my bones, a deep, steady cold like something had replaced blood with winter. The inspector voice returned, faint and satisfied, not from the speaker, but from inside my own throat when I tried to swallow. Breath count confirmed, it whispered using my mouth. Driver properly alive. I stared at the road ahead, and for the first time in my life, I couldn't hear myself breathing at all. Story 8, The Snow Angel Quarry. The first snow angel was still warm when my headlights hit it. A perfect human outline pressed into the drift at the center line, steam rising faintly from the impression like breath. I slammed the brakes and felt the trailer shove, felt the drive slip, felt the rig hunt for grip on polished ice, and I stopped with my bumper hovering inches over the angel's head. The radio was off, the CB was off, my phone had no service. Yet the cab speakers whispered anyway. Renee Hartley, that one was made for you. My dash clock read 2:44 a.m. The outside temp read -40. And when I looked in the side mirror, I saw a second set of headlights behind me, perfectly matched to mine, as if another truck had stopped in the same place in the same second. Except there was no road behind me anymore, only a flat white field full of bodies, outlines. My name is Renee Hartley. I haul aggregate and equipment between small job sites that show up on maps like afterthoughts, Talk, Chicken, Nabsna, places where winter makes its own rules and no one complains because the cold kills complainers first. I've driven Alaska's back roads long enough to know the difference between danger and weird. Danger is ice, wind, fatigue, the mechanical reality of weight. Weird is a moose standing too still, a radio catching a voice that shouldn't reach this far, a truck stop bathroom mirror reflecting you a half-second late. Weird, you shrug off. This was something else. This felt like the road had been marked with a human shape, the way hunters mark a trail with blood. I sat frozen with both hands on the wheel, breath fogging the glass. The snow angel ahead wasn't just an impression. The drift around it was cleanly carved, like something had cut through packed snow with a mold. The edges were sharp. The arms stretched wide, fingers splayed. The legs were straight, not the V-shape you make when you actually lie down and sweep your limbs. It was too deliberate, too exact. Steam rose from the angel's chest area in thin, trembling threads that didn't immediately freeze. At -40, steam should crystallize and disappear. This steam lingered, as if whatever made the angel was still giving off heat. The whisper from the speakers repeated, closer this time, like it was coming from inside my mouth. That one was made for you. I swallowed, my throat felt raw. Who is this? I asked, and my voice sounded too loud in the sealed cab. Static hissed softly from the dead radio. Then, don't wake the others. I forced my eyes away from the angel and checked my mirrors. My trailer was a belly dump loaded with crushed rock, road base for a maintenance project south of Glenallen. Heavy, simple, dirty work. No sealed cargo, no mysterious crate, just stone and steel and a route I'd run before. Except I wasn't supposed to be on this road at 2:44 a.m. At 7:10 p.m. on November 29, 2025, my dispatcher had called and told me the usual. Run the base to the crew camp, drop it at daybreak, come back empty. I'd asked about weather. He'd grunted. Cold and clear, watch for black ice at the pass. Then he'd added like an afterthought, if you see the angels, don't stop, don't even slow down. I'd laughed because it sounded like a joke you tell the new hires. Angels. Silence on the line long enough that I thought the call dropped. Then he said quietly, snow angels. They show up where people shouldn't lay down. If you stop for them, you make one. I'd rolled my eyes and told him I'd see him tomorrow. Now, with my bumper hovering over an angel's face and my cab speakers whispering my name, I couldn't remember why I'd thought it was funny. I tried the simplest explanation. Someone had fallen, someone had been dragged, someone had died. Truckers see bodies sometimes. Ice accidents, hikers, drunks. It happens. It's horrible, but it's human. But the angel was too clean, too symmetrical, and the steam, God, the steam. I eased my foot off the brake and the rig crept forward an inch, tires crunching. The angel's head passed under my bump. Lures. The speakers whispered sharply like a reprimand. Careful, don't smudge it. My skin crawled. I slammed the brake again and stopped. I'm not playing, I muttered. Whoever you are. The whisper cut me off. You already are. I took a slow breath and forced my brain into problem-solving mode. Drive, that's what you do. Don't sit, don't stare. Don't give the night time to invent shapes. I put the truck in gear and rolled forward, slow at first, then steadier. The angel vanished beneath my hood and disappeared behind me. I expected relief. Instead, my headlights caught the next one. Another snow angel, 10 yards ahead, perfectly centered in my lane. Then another's. Then another's. A line of them stretching into the darkness like mile markers made of bodies, absence. My mouth went dry. My hands tightened until my knuckles hurt. The truck felt suddenly too heavy, like the crushed rock was shifting, settling, becoming something else. Don't stop, I whispered to myself. Just don't stop. I kept rolling, 20 miles an hour, 15. The road was ice-slick and narrow, and the angels were placed exactly where my tires wanted to be. If I swerved onto the shoulder, I'd risk sliding into a ditch. If I straddled the center line, I'd still pass over them. I didn't want to drive over them. My stomach turned at the thought, even though they were only impressions. But my cab speakers kept whispering like an instructor. Count them. I shook my head. No. Count them, the whisper insisted, and the tone changed, less coaxing, more command. You need to know how many you owe. Oh, the word made me nauseous. I forced my eyes forward and tried not to count, but my brain did it anyway, the way your mind counts fence posts when you're anxious. 1, 2, 3, 4. Each angel looked identical, yet each had a tiny difference. A longer finger, a deeper chest, a slight tilt of the head, as if each had been modeled on a different person but made by the same hand. A gust of wind pushed snow across the road, briefly covering an angel's outline, then uncovering it again. The outline was deeper than the snow layer, cut down to packed drift beneath. Wind couldn't erase it. I glanced at my dash clock, 2:44 a.m. It hadn't changed. I stared harder. The seconds should have been ticking. The digital colon should have blinked. It stayed solid, frozen at 2:44, like time had been pinned to the road. Panic crawled up my spine. I checked my speedometer, needle steady. Engine temp normal, fuel good, everything else obeyed physics. Only time refused. I reached for my phone and hit the flashlight icon. The screen lit up. No service bars, but the battery was full. I opened the map app. The map showed me as a dot, stationary, floating in a blank white field. No road lines, no labels, just my dot and an empty world. A message appeared at the top of the screen, not from any app I recognized. You have entered the quarry. My heart hammered, quarry, like a pit where stone is taken. Or like prey hunted. The speakers whispered, almost affectionate, "Welcome." I forced myself to breathe. In, out. My breath sounded loud, and in the silence between breaths I heard something else. A soft brushing sound outside, like fabric sweeping snow. I checked my mirrors again. The second set of headlights I'd seen behind me was gone. In its place, the road behind had changed. It looked flat and open, no trees, no berm, just a white plain under the aurora's faint glow. And that plain was covered in snow angels. Hundreds. Thousands. Not all fresh. Some were softened by new snowfall, half-filled. Some were sharp and deep like the first one, steaming faintly. They weren't all oriented the same way. Some faced the road. Some faced away. Some overlapped like bodies piled in a shallow grave. My stomach lurched. I swallowed bile. I snapped my eyes forward again and saw that the angels ahead were getting closer together, less space between them. The road itself seemed to be narrowing, compressing, funneling me through a corridor of human-shaped voids. The speakers whispered. They lay down when they get tired. They lay down when they can't see. They lay down when the cold starts to feel warm. You know that feeling, Renee. I did. Every winter driver knows it. Hypothermia doesn't feel like pain at first. It feels like relief, like surrender. It makes you want to sit down, close your eyes, let the wind cover you. The whisper continued, intimate as a confession. Some of them had families, some of them had debts, some of them had dispatchers who said cold and clear. They all thought they were different. My throat tightened. I tasted metal. "Shut up," I said, voice shaking. A faint laugh. "We can't, we're the ones who stayed." My headlights flickered once. Just once, a stutter in the beam. In that stutter, I saw something at the edge of the road. A person standing upright in the snow, facing me. I blinked hard. The headlights stabilized. The person was still there. A woman in a winter jacket, hood up. She stood perfectly still, hands at her sides as if waiting. No waving, no frantic motion, just standing. I slowed instinctively, heart pounding. My mind screamed, "Don't stop for strangers." But she was in the shoulder, not in my lane. And she was alive, maybe. She might need help. It's Alaska. You don't leave someone to freeze if you can safely help. The speakers whispered, urgent now, "Don't." I swallowed. "Ma'am," I shouted through the windshield, knowing she couldn't hear. "Are you okay?" The woman lifted her head slowly. In my headlights, I saw her face. It was smooth, featureless, like snow packed and pressed into the shape of a head. No eyes, no mouth, just a pale oval under the hood. My blood ran cold. I jerked my foot off the brake and the truck rolled forward, momentum carrying me past. As I passed her, her head turned to follow, and a mouth opened in the smooth snow face. An oval hole that shouldn't have been there, dark and wet. A sound poured out, not a voice but a rush of air, like a deep inhale. My cab heater stuttered. The temperature gauge dipped. She was taking warmth. The speakers whispered, "She wants your breath." I gripped the wheel, fighting panic. The road ahead dipped slightly and the angels began to change. They weren't just impressions now. Some had depth, like tunnels dug into drifts. Some had faint crusts of ice lining them like something had slept there and melted the snow with body heat, then refrozen. And in the center of one angel's chest, I saw a dark spot. A hole. I stared, dread blooming. The hole was the size of a fist, punched straight down into the snow. My mind flashed an image of a heart removed, leaving a cavity. The speakers whispered, almost reverent, "That's where they took it." I pressed the accelerator a little more. The truck groaned, heavy. The crushed rock shifted with a slow, settling sound like distant gravel in a coffin. Then I heard it, a faint tapping from inside my trailer. Not the load shifting, not metal rattle. A rhythmic knocking from the belly dump gate. 3 taps, pause, 3 taps like a signal. My stomach clenched. The rock in my trailer couldn't knock. Rock doesn't organize itself into patterns. The tapping repeated. My eyes flicked to the trailer brake lever. I kept my speed steady. Don't overreact, don't panic. The speakers whispered, "That's them. They're in your load now. They ride the stone because stone remembers weight." The phrase hit me like ice water. Stone remembers weight. It made a sick kind of sense. A quarry holds the imprint of what was taken from it. My phone buzzed again in the cup holder. I nearly jumped. The screen lit up with another message from no number. Breath count 12 remaining. I stared, 12 remaining. Until what? Until I ran out of air, until the truck stalled, until I became an angel. My breathing became loud in my ears. I tried to slow it, but anxiety made it faster. I watched the number on the screen. Breath count 11 remaining. It dropped as I exhaled. I sucked in a breath sharp. It didn't increase, it only counted down. Breath count 10 remaining. My chest tightened. My mind raced. Was it counting breaths until something happened? Until my breath ran out like a ticket? The speakers whispered, calm, "Stop breathing." I laughed, a short, broken sound. "That's not possible." The whisper responded, patient. "It is. People do it all the time when they freeze." My fingers went numb around the wheel even though the cab was warm. I realized the warmth felt different, thin, less effective. The heater output had dropped. The vents blew air that smelled faintly of wet soil. The tapping from the trailer grew louder. Then it shifted into something worse. A slow, sliding sound, like stone moving against metal in one unified mass. My truck began to feel heavier. The engine strained slightly. My speed dropped without me easing off the throttle. The crushed rock was settling toward the rear gate, as if pulled by gravity that wasn't mine. My dash clock still read 2:44. My phone buzzed. Breath count 9 remaining. I forced myself to inhale slowly, then exhale slower. My lungs burned. My brain screamed. The road ahead changed again. The snow angels were no longer on the surface. They were carved into the road itself, into the ice, forming shallow basins. My tires rolled through them with a faint crunch, like stepping on thin bone. And then ahead, I saw something that made my blood go thick. A turnout. A wide area off the road, like a rest pullout. In the center of it was a massive snow angel, at least 30 feet long, carved into the drift like a ritual symbol. Steam rose from it in thick plumes, drifting upward into the aurora. And standing around it in a circle were those upright figures, snow-faced people in winter jackets, dozens of them, motionless, watching the road. They were waiting. The speakers whispered, almost tender, "This is where you lay down." My throat tightened. No. My phone buzzed. Breath count 8 remaining. I realized what the quarry was. Not a pit in the earth. A place where something mined people's heat, their breath, their last tired surrender. A harvest field of human-shaped voids. I needed to get out. I needed to break whatever boundary I'd crossed. The map had said blank field. The message had said quarry. Maybe there was a seam like crossing a county line, something you could cross back over. I slammed the accelerator. The engine roared. The truck surged forward for a moment, then bogged as if driving through mud. The speedometer needle trembled. 25, 20, 15. The trailer tapping became a chorus, like dozens of knuckles hitting metal from within the stone. The figures in the turnout turned their heads in unison toward me, smooth snow faces angling like reflective signs. My phone buzzed. Breath count 7 remaining. Panic clawed at my throat. I grabbed the CB mic and keyed it, even though it had been silent. "Breaker," I gasped. "Any driver, anyone, this is Renee Hartley, I'm on." The speakers hissed sharply, "No names." But I'd already said it. The aurora overhead brightened violently, green light flaring like a curtain whipped aside. The air inside my cab became colder in an instant, as if my name had opened a vent. The figures in the turnout stepped forward together. My phone buzzed. Breath count 6 remaining. I swore and reached for my emergency air horn pull. I yanked. The horn didn't sound like a horn. It sounded like a long exhale, a human breath amplified into a mournful moan that rolled over the turnout. The upright figures stopped, their snow faces tilted, listening. The speakers whispered, satisfied, "Good, give them your breath." My chest tightened. I realized with sudden clarity that everything, horn, heater, engine, was being treated like breath. The quarry didn't just want my lungs, it wanted the breath of the machine I was inside. I thought of my belly-dump trailer. It had a gate lever in the cab, pneumatic release. If I dumped my load right now, I'd lighten the truck, maybe gain speed, maybe break free. But dumping crushed rock on an icy road is suicide. It would create an obstacle, a skid zone. It would also leave the crew camp without base. It would ruin my job. My phone buzzed again. Breath count 5 remaining. Job didn't matter. Nothing mattered if I laid down in that turnout and became an impression. I grabbed the gate lever and pulled. Air hissed, the trailer gate clanked open. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the crushed rock began to pour out in a roaring gray-black waterfall, splashing onto the road behind me. The sound was deafening like an avalanche. The truck lurched as weight dropped. The engine surged, suddenly freer. The upright figures in the turnout reacted. They rushed forward in jerky movements, no longer smooth. They sprinted toward the falling rock with arms outstretched, as if eager to touch it. The speakers screamed, a high hiss of static. "No, that's our weight." I kept the gate open and the rock kept pouring. The trailer lightened dramatically. The truck accelerated, tires finding purchase. My phone buzzed. Breath count 4 remaining. But then the rock stream changed. It wasn't rock anymore. In my mirror under my taillights, I saw pale shapes tumbling out among the gravel. Human arms, legs, torsos packed in frost, rotating as they fell like broken mannequins. Snow angels made solid. My stomach lurched. I gagged, bile burning my throat. The upright figures reached the spill and began scooping the pale shapes up, pressing them against their own snow faces as if trying to absorb them. Their movements were frantic, hungry. The speakers whispered, low and furious, "You're spilling the record." I slammed the gate lever back, trying to close it. The gate clanked, shuddered, then shut with a heavy bang. The flow stopped. The truck was lighter now, too light. The rear end felt floaty. The road ahead blurred in aurora glow. My phone buzzed. Breath count 3 remaining. My lungs burned. I tried to inhale slowly, but fear made it sharp. The dash clock flickered for the first time. 2:44. 2:45. Time moved. A surge of hope hit me so hard my eyes watered. The aurora overhead dimmed slightly, like whatever controlled it had been distracted by the spill. The road ahead reappeared more normal, trees returning at the edges, shoulder berms, faint signs. The turnout with the massive angel faded behind me into storm. In the mirror, the upright figures were still clustered around the spilled pale shapes, hunched like vultures. My phone buzzed. Breath count 2 remaining. I didn't understand the countdown, but I knew I didn't want it to hit 0. My mind scrambled for what it could mean. 2 breaths left until what? Until the quarry claimed me, until my body stopped, until my truck stalled. I forced myself to hold my breath. My chest tightened, my vision sharpened, the phone's countdown didn't move. It only moved when I exhaled. So I held, lungs burnt. Eyes watering. The road shook slightly under my tires, the cab creaked, my heartbeat roared. Then I saw headlights ahead. A real vehicle, a plow truck maybe, yellow strobes flashing faintly through snow. Relief hit me like a punch. Another person, another machine, proof of normal world. I held my breath and kept driving, aiming toward the lights. As I got closer, I saw the vehicle was stopped across the lane, angled, blocking. Its strobes flashed in a slow pattern, but the light looked wrong, too green under the aurora, like it was reflecting off something wet. I couldn't brake hard, the road was ice. The trailer was lighter now, less stable. I eased off throttle, letting engine brakes slow me. The stopped vehicle's door opened. A man stepped out, wearing a reflective jacket. He raised one arm like a flagger, gesturing me to stop. My chest burned, I still held my breath, my cheeks ached, my lungs begged. The man's face turned toward my cab. It was smooth snow. No eyes, no mouth, just a pale oval under a hood. My panic spiked. I couldn't hold my breath forever. The phone buzzed in my peripheral vision, vibrating like a heartbeat. Breath count 2 remaining. The snow-faced man lifted his hand and pointed at my chest, then at the road, miming a person lying down. He wanted me to lay down, to make the angel. My lungs screamed, spots danced in my vision. I had to exhale or pass out. I made a decision that felt like tearing something essential out of myself. I opened my driver's side window. Wind punched in, brutal, slicing my face. My breath exploded out involuntarily into the night, a huge white plume. It whipped away instantly in the storm. The phone buzzed. Breath count 1 remaining. The snow-faced man reacted. He leaned toward my exhaled plume like it was food, arms lifting, body trembling. The air around him shimmered as if he was inhaling not just my breath, but the warmth it carried. My cab temperature dropped sharply. The heater output weakened. My fingers went numb. The speakers whispered, hungry now. One left. I didn't have time to think. I yanked the steering wheel hard and aimed for the narrow shoulder gap between the stopped vehicle and the berm. Tires skidded. The truck fishtailed slightly. My trailer swung. For a heartbeat, I thought I'd jackknife and die right here. But the shoulder held. The truck scraped past the stopped vehicle with inches to spare, mirrors nearly clipping. As I passed, the snow-faced man slapped his hands against my door, leaving wet prints that steamed faintly. He leaned close to the window opening, and the first true voice I'd heard from outside spoke, raspy, wet, unmistakably human. "Breathe for us," it said. My lungs seized. I clamped my mouth shut. I couldn't give them the last one. I drove. The stopped vehicle vanished behind me. The road ahead began to look normal again, actual lane markers peeking through snow, a real signpost, spruce trees leaning in. The dash clock ticked forward, 2:46, 2:47. Time held. My phone still displayed breath count, one remaining, blinking as if waiting. I forced myself to breathe shallowly through my nose, barely moving air, trying to cheat the count. My chest ached. My throat felt tight. My fingers trembled. For 10 minutes, nothing happened. The aurora faded to a pale smear and then disappeared behind cloud. The road became just a road. I reached a real pullout with a real sign. TOK cutoff 12 miles. My map app suddenly showed roads again, blue lines and labels returning like a world remembering itself. I exhaled shakily with relief. The phone buzzed. Breath count 0. My stomach dropped. Nothing happened for a second. No explosion, no lights out, no voice. Then my cab speakers clicked on by themselves, radio still off, and a soft inhale sounded through them. Long, satisfied, as if someone had finally taken the breath they'd been saving room for. The speakers whispered, using a voice that sounded like mine but colder, flatter. "Thank you, Renee Hartley." I stared ahead, hands shaking, as frost began forming on the inside of my windshield in the shape of a perfect snow angel, arms spread wide across the glass, as if the quarry had decided it didn't need my body on the road anymore. It could keep me pressed into the cab instead. Story 9, The Winter Line. The voice on the two-way told me my trailer wasn't attached, and I believed it, because I could feel my fifth wheel clacking with every bump, hollow and loose, like a tooth about to come out. I leaned forward, eyes straining through the frost haze on my windshield, and watched my own trailer lights recede in my side mirror, as if the box was slowly drifting away from me on a separate road. The snow was coming down in hard, dry sheets that made the world look pixelated, like reality was buffering. My dash clock read 12:08 a.m. The outside temp read -43, and the voice on the radio, calm as a dispatcher, said, "Kendall Vaughn, you crossed the winter line. Your truck keeps going. You're L. O doesn't, neither do you, unless you pick which half you want to live in." I gripped the steering wheel so hard my wrists hurt. "My trailer is attached," I said, because denying a thing is sometimes the only way to keep it from happening. The radio clicked, and the voice responded like it had been waiting for me to lie. "Then why can you feel the air gap?" I could. Under my seat, through the frame, there was a subtle wrongness, a slackness in the connection, a faint metallic chatter that wasn't there when the kingpin was locked deep in the jaws of the fifth wheel. Every vibration felt delayed, like the trailer was responding half a beat late. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see the truth in my mirror. I kept my eyes forward on the Richardson Highway, northbound out of Valdez toward Glenallen, hauling a sealed, dry van of winterized electronics. 22 pallets, shrink-wrapped, nothing alive, nothing that should move. A clean load, a simple run. But the road under me wasn't simple anymore. It felt like it had become two roads laid on top of each other, and my truck was straddling both. My name is Kendall Vaughn. I'm 45, and I've been driving for 20 years, most of them in the lower 48. I came to Alaska because I wanted the kind of quiet you can't find in cities, and because money makes people brave. I've driven enough miles to know the difference between mechanical failure and panic. Mechanical failure has causes. Panic has stories. The problem is that stories can cause failures too if you believe them hard enough. And I'd been warned about this one. On February 11th, 2025, I picked up the load at the port in Valdez after a day of sleet that turned the docks into glass. The shipping supervisor, a short woman with a hat pulled low, had handed me the bills and a laminated card like it was a required safety document. On it, in black block letters, it said, "Winter Line Protocol. If you feel the trailer shift without wind, do not check mirrors. If you hear your name on a radio that is off, do not answer. If you see the white line across the road, do not cross it twice." I'd stared at the card and laughed once, because it sounded like a ghost story written by someone who'd been stuck in a truck stop too long. The supervisor didn't laugh. She looked at me like she was measuring how much of me would make it back. "Drivers keep disappearing between Valdez and Glenallen," she said. "Not wrecks, not breakdowns, just not arriving." "People disappear everywhere," ID said, trying to keep it light. She leaned closer, voice dropping. "Not like this. They leave their trucks running on the shoulder, doors closed, coffee still hot. Eld still logging drive time, but the driver is gone and the trailer seal is intact, like the road cut them out and kept the equipment." I felt a chill then, but I told myself it was the wind. "So what's the card for?" Her eyes flicked toward the highway beyond the yard. "Because sometimes the road splits. A line shows up where it shouldn't, and if you cross it wrong, the part of you that keeps driving isn't the part that comes home." I'd tucked the card into my visor and told myself it was local superstition. Alaska has a lot of those. People give names to weather, to roads, to stretches where crashes happen. It makes the chaos feel manageable. Now at 12:08 a.m., with the radio talking to me and my fifth wheel feeling loose, the laminated card felt less like superstition and more like an instruction manual for a nightmare. The snow was thick, but not a blizzard, more like a constant granular fall that scraped the windshield like sand. My wipers squealed. The heater was on high, but the edges of the glass still frosted. The mountains around me were invisible, only their presence felt as darker darkness behind the snow. I reached down and clicked the radio power knob. It was already off. The display was dark, no channel numbers, no backlight. Yet the voice continued, calm and patient. "Your mirrors will show you both truths. Pick neither and you'll end up between them." I swallowed hard. "Who are you?" A pause, then, "I'm the first half that survived." My heart kicked. I tasted metal. "That doesn't make sense." "It will," the voice said. "It always does once you see the line." The road curved gently. I held my speed steady at 40, cautious on the ice. My tires hummed on packed snow. The trailer tugged faintly behind me, a subtle sway that didn't match the wind. I couldn't help it. My eyes flicked to the driver's side mirror. For a second, the reflective tape on my trailer was there, straight, aligned, normal. Then it shimmered and doubled, like seeing two images slightly out of sync. One trailer sat where it should, centered behind my tractor. The other trailed a few feet to the left, angled, as if it was drifting into the opposite lane on an invisible road. Both versions moved with me. My mouth went dry. I forced my gaze forward, heart pounding. "OTH." Radio voice sighed. "You looked, now it knows you're willing." "I'm not," I whispered. The voice ignored that. "Ahead, you'll see a white line across the highway that doesn't belong to paint. It isn't road marking, it's a seam. Don't cross it twice." I tightened my grip. My shoulders ached with tension. How do I not cross it twice? "By choosing," it said. "When you cross the first time, you commit. When you cross back, you split." Split, like the trailer in my mirror, like me. I tried to call dispatch on my phone. No service. I tried to use the CB. When I turned it on, the screen lit, and for a heartbeat I felt relief at something normal. Then the CB displayed my own name instead of a channel number. KNDALLVAUGHN. My skin prickled. I shut it off. The cab returned to the eerie quiet of snow and engine. 10 minutes of tense driving past with nothing but the steady fall of snow and the wrong chatter of my fifth wheel. I started to think maybe I could just keep going, keep my eyes forward, ignore the voice, ignore the mirror doubling, and reach Glenallen where there were lights and people and normality. Then my headlights caught something ahead that made my stomach drop. A line across the road. Not a painted line, not a crack. It looked like a thin strip of pale ice, brighter than the snow around it, perfectly straight from shoulder to shoulder. It glowed faintly under my headlights like a filament. The winter line. It was too clean to be natural, too straight, too intentional. The radio voice softened, almost kind. "There it is, the seam." My throat tightened. "What happens if I cross it?" "You'll still be you," it said, and I hated how it sounded like a lie. "But you'll be one you." I slowed instinctively, engine note dropping. My tires rolled closer. The line shimmered faintly, like heat haze, but cold. A weird sensation built in my teeth as I approached, like pressure changing. My ears popped. My vision sharpened too much, as if my eyes were being calibrated. The radio voice said, "No mirrors." I stared forward. I didn't look. I held the wheel steady. My steer tires hit the line. There was no bump, no sound, but the world changed anyway. For a fraction of a second, I smelled warm pine and exhaust like summer. Then it vanished, replaced by cold air that tasted metallic. The engine sound doubled, one tone slightly higher than the other, like two trucks idling at once. The dash clock flickered. 12:08, 12:09, 12:08. My chest tightened. I kept driving. The radio voice whispered, satisfied, "Good, now don't cross back." What does cross back even mean? I snapped, panic breaking through my restraint. The voice answered calmly. "It means you'll see something behind you that makes you turn around." My stomach turned. The road ahead seemed narrower now, the shoulders closer, the trees darker. The falling snow looked different, flatter, like flakes were being cut into squares. The world felt less organic, more recorded. My headlights illuminated a road sign. It should have said something like Thompson Pass or Glenallen Miles. Instead, the sign was blank reflective aluminum, and in my headlights it mirrored my own face back at me, pale and wide-eyed. Then the sign showed something else for a heartbeat. My truck in a ditch, door open, empty. I blinked and it returned to blank. My heart hammered. "Stop showing me things," I whispered. The voice laughed softly. "You can't unsee your options." The trailer tugged behind me again, stronger this time, like it was trying to drift off on its separate path. The fifth wheel clacked. My hands went numb. I glanced at my trailer brake lever, fighting the urge to pull it. Sudden braking could jackknife on ice, but the sensation of the trailer pulling away was unbearable. The radio voice said, "It's not coming loose, it's choosing." I swallowed bile, my tongue tasted like pennies. Why me? "Because you're tired," it said. "Because you're alone, because you believe in machines, and machines believe in splits." The road curved slightly, and in the distance ahead I saw tail lights. A vehicle, another truck maybe. Relief surged so hard my eyes stung. A witness, a person, proof of normal world. I eased closer, careful not to tailgate. The tail lights were steady, red points in snow. As I got nearer, my headlights illuminated the rear of the vehicle. It was a tractor-trailer. Same make as mine, same trailer length. Same reflective tape pattern. My stomach dropped. The truck ahead was my truck. I recognized the scrape on the bumper, the cracked visor, the pine tree air freshener dangling in the windshield. And on the back of its trailer, in black paint that ran but didn't freeze, was my name. KNDALLVAUGHN. The radio voice whispered, almost amused, "That's you who crossed back." My throat tightened into a strangled sound. I stared at the truck ahead, brain trying to reject it. It had to be a coincidence. Another driver, same fleet, similar damage, it could happen. But then the truck ahead signaled right, and my own right turn signal clicked in my cab at the exact same time, even though my turn signal stalk was centered. Click, click, click. My skin crawled. I slapped the stalk. It didn't stop. The truck ahead began to drift right toward a turnout. And my hands, without my consent, began to steer right. "No," I hissed, fighting the wheel. The steering felt heavy, like turning through mud. My arms strained. The truck kept drifting right anyway, guided by something stronger than my muscles. The radio voice said, firm now, "You're about to cross back, don't." I gritted my teeth. "Then help me." A pause, then, "I can't. I'm the part that already did." The truck ahead pulled into the turnout. Its brake lights flared. It slowed to a stop. My truck, fighting my resistance, followed. The turnout was a wide patch of packed snow with no signage. No lights, just a dark opening off the highway. The truck ahead sat there idling, hazards blinking in perfect rhythm. My dash clock blinked 12:08. I slammed the brake and stopped behind it, heart hammering. Snow hissed on the windshield. The moment I stopped, the world went quiet. Not the engine still idling, but everything else. The wind sound faded, the snow hiss faded, the highway noise vanished. It was like someone had closed a door on reality. The radio voice whispered, almost reverent, "Here's the hinge." The truck ahead's driver door opened slowly. A man stepped out. He was wearing my jacket, my hat, my gloves. He moved like he was stiff with cold, but he didn't shiver. He walked toward my cab with careful steps, leaving footprints that didn't compress snow. They left dark marks like wet asphalt. He stopped beside my driver window and looked up. His face was mine but wrong, too smooth around the eyes, too calm, like my expression had been edited. He raised his hand and knocked on my window. 3 slow knocks. My stomach lurched. I didn't roll the window down. I didn't open the door. I sat frozen, breathing shallow. He knocked again, then he spoke. Not through the radio. Through the glass, muffled and intimate, like breath on my cheek. "Hey," he said in my voice, "you forgot your trailer." My hands trembled. "My trailer is attached," I whispered. He smiled, and the smile looked rehearsed. "Not to you," he said. Behind him, the truck ahead's trailer lights flickered. And in the flicker, I saw that the trailer wasn't a normal box anymore. The edges were wrong, as if the trailer had been stretched wider than possible. The reflective tape formed a grid pattern that looked like graph paper. A moving record. My radio voice, inside my cab, whispered urgently, "Don't let him talk you into opening. If you open, you accept the merge." Merge, split, audit, quarry. Alaska winter had too many words for the same feeling, something measuring you, labeling you, deciding what part of you counts. The other me leaned closer, forehead almost touching the glass. "You're tired," he murmured. "I can drive, you can rest, we can be one clean line again." My throat tightened. The idea of rest hit me like a drug. My eyelids burned, my muscles ached. The cold, the dark, the hours, it all made surrender sound sweet. "No," I whispered, more to myself than him. He sighed, disappointed. "Then you'll keep splitting," he said. "Every time you doubt, every time you look back, every time you think about turning around." He stepped away from my window and walked toward my trailer. I snapped my gaze to the mirrors despite the warning, panic overriding discipline. My trailer was there, kind of. In the mirror, it was doubled again, two overlapping versions. One aligned, one drifting. The drifting one was pulling farther now, sliding left as if trying to detach and take the opposite lane that didn't exist. The kingpin area in the reflection looked smeared, as if the connection was stretching like taffy. The other me reached the trailer front and placed his gloved hand on the metal. The drifting trailer version jerked like a hooked fish. My cab lurched slightly, pulled by that movement. My steering wheel twitched in my hands. The other me turned and looked at me through my side mirror, his gaze meeting mine in the reflection. He smiled. Then he began to walk backward, dragging his hand along the trailer side like he was guiding it. The drifting version followed him. My trailer was being led away like a dog on a leash. "No," I breathed. My hands flew to the shifter. If I drove forward, maybe I could keep tension on the connection. Maybe I could break free of whatever this turnout hinge was. I released the parking brake and eased the truck forward. The moment my steer tires moved, the world snapped. The turnout disappeared. The truck ahead vanished. The other me vanished. I was back on the highway, moving at 40, snow falling, wind hissing, the aurora faint overhead like a bruise. My dash clock read 12:08. The radio voice was gone. For a second, I thought it was over, that it had been a hallucination, a fatigued dream. Then I felt the trailer tug, hard. My tractor lurched, as if the trailer had slammed the brakes. I checked mirrors. My trailer was gone. Not just doubled, not drifting. Gone. Empty air behind my tractor, snow swirling where 40,000 pounds of box should have been. My stomach dropped so violently I almost blacked out. But I could still feel weight. The truck still labored like it was hauling. The engine strained, the suspension groaned, the steering felt heavy. I was pulling something invisible. The radio crackled softly, even though it was off. A calm voice, not mine this time, said, "Trailer recorded, driver unrecorded, proceed." My throat tightened. "Where's my trailer?" I demanded, voice shaking. The voice responded like a clerk reading a receipt. Trailer is on the other side of the line. You elected separation. I didn't elect anything. A pause, then gently. You stopped behind yourself, that is crossing back. My hands trembled, my breath came fast, I tasted bile. How do I fix it? The voice said, you don't fix it, you reconcile it. You must meet yourself at the seam and decide which half gets the body. My dash clock flickered. 12:08, 12:09, 12:08. Ahead through the falling snow, I saw the white line again across the highway, thin, glowing, perfect. The winter line had returned. My mouth went dry. My palms sweated despite the cold. I could either cross it again and risk splitting further, or stop and risk becoming a hinge point, a place where my life was negotiated. The radio voice whispered almost kindly, "It's okay. Most drivers don't mind being divided. It makes them easier to store. Store like data, like a black box, like a record." I approached the line, heart hammering. And then to my left, I saw headlights in the opposite lane, an oncoming truck. Real yellow marker lights, a plow or another rig, a human driver maybe coming through the snow. A hope flared. I flashed my lights, desperate. The oncoming truck didn't slow. It kept coming, steady. As it drew near, its headlights illuminated its cab, and I saw the driver's face through the windshield. It was mine. He stared straight ahead, expression calm, hands steady at 10 and 2. On the side of his door, in black letters, was my name. KNDALLVAUGHN. The oncoming me passed through the winter line without slowing. The moment his truck crossed, the white line pulsed bright, and my own steering wheel jerked violently left, yanking my tractor toward the center line as if trying to follow him into the opposite lane. My arms strained, my heart slammed. The truck fought me. The road beneath me felt slicker, like the surface had turned to oil. The radio voice whispered, satisfied, "Here comes the split." I screamed, a raw sound, and stomped the brake, not caring about jackknife, not caring about physics, because the alternative was being pulled into an oncoming version of myself. The brakes grabbed, the tractor skidded. The invisible weight behind me shoved forward. The truck began to yaw. My dash clock blinked 12:08. The winter line glowed inches ahead of my bumper. And in my side mirror, where my trailer should have been, I saw it for the first time since it vanished, faint, transparent like a ghost image. The box floated behind me, drifting left, following the path of the other me's truck. On its rear doors, written in running black paint, was one word: "Choose." I stopped with my bumper on the line, tires trembling, heart pounding so hard I thought it would crack my ribs. The radio voice whispered, now using my own tone again, "Pick which side you want to be real on." My breath fogged the windshield. I stared at the glowing seam, at the invisible weight behind me, at the faint, transparent trailer image in the mirror. I thought about being whole. I thought about being stored. I thought about a life that was just a clean line in someone else's log. Then I did the only thing that felt like mine. I turned the wheel straight, took my hands off it, and let the truck decide. The steering wheel began to turn by itself, slowly, toward the winter line, and as the front tires rolled over the glowing seam, I felt a sudden, sickening relief, as if half of my fear had been peeled away and left on the road behind me. The dash clock flipped to 12:09, and for the first time in hours, I couldn't remember what my trailer looked like at all. Story 10, Dead Air in the Pass. The emergency broadcast tone detonated through my cab speakers even though my radio was off, and the sound was so loud it made my vision jump. The speaker hissed, then a calm female voice began reading my vital statistics like a weather report. Pulse, 112. Respirations, shallow. Driver, Owen Gallagher. Status, pending. Outside my windshield, Thompson Pass was a boiling white wall, snow moving sideways like something was pushing it with a broad hand. My dash clock read 5:06 a.m. The outside temp read -38, and when I reached for volume knob, my own voice cut in on the same channel, whispering, "If you answer, it will start using you to talk to the next truck." I jerked my hand back as if the knob had bitten me. The broadcast continued anyway, indifferent and clinical. Cognitive state, degraded, decision latency, increasing. "What the hell?" I breathed, and the words fogged the windshield and crawled upward like smoke. No cell service. No towns, no other headlights. Just me, my rig, and a voice that knew how fast my heart was beating. "My name is Owen Gallagher. I haul winter freight out of Valdez because the port never sleeps and the slope never stops eating supplies. I'm not a superstitious guy. I'm an equipment guy. If something fails, it's a fuse. If something makes a noise, it's a bearing. If you feel dread, it's fatigue. But you can't call it fatigue when your radio starts doing a medical assessment on you in real time. The road up Thompson Pass is a blade in winter. Steep grades, avalanches, whiteouts that erase depth perception and make you drive by memory and prayer. I'd climbed it 100 times, always careful, always chaining when I had to, always talking myself through the turns. Tonight I was hauling a refrigerated trailer, vaccines and lab samples headed to Fairbanks, temperature critical. I'd left Valdez at 1:17 a.m. on March 3, 2026, after triple-checking the reefer set point and the seal number. I had paper bills tucked into my visor, a spare set of chains in a bin, and the kind of tired that sits behind the eyes like grit. At the dock, the reefer tech had done the final pre-trip with me. He was younger, thin, cheeks raw from cold. When he handed me the signed temp chart, he hesitated. "You got your radio on?" he asked. "Always," I said, tapping the dash. "Why?" He swallowed. "Don't answer any calls on it in the pass." "Calls?" I laughed. "It's a CB, it's all calls." He didn't laugh back. He looked past me toward the dark highway as if expecting to see something moving out there. "Not those," he said. "If you hear dead air, keep it dead." "Dead air?" I asked. He flinched again. The kind where there's no static, no hiss, just listening. I'd rolled my eyes, told him I'd be fine, and climbed in. Now at 5:06 a.m., climbing the last steep stretch before the crest, I finally understood what he meant. Because the broadcast tone had cut through a moment of absolute silence. Not normal quiet. My engine was running, the reefer was humming, the wind was screaming. But the radio had gone silent in a way that felt like an ear pressed to glass. Then the emergency tone. Then the voice saying my name. I forced my gaze to stay on the road. My headlights hit nothing but swirling snow and the faint suggestion of a berm on the right. I held the wheel steady, keeping the rig centered by feel. The trailer tugged slightly with the wind, and the truck's frame creaked like it was cold enough to snap. The broadcast voice continued, calm as a nurse. "Driver Owen Gallagher exhibits stress response. Recommend pull over." My stomach tightened. "I can't pull over," I muttered. "Not here." The voice answered immediately, like it had heard me through the cab. "You can. There is a turnout in 200 feet." I knew this stretch. No turnout, just steep shoulder and drift that could swallow a rig. Yet through the snow, a reflective sign appeared ahead on the right, bright under my beams. Turnout 200 FT. My throat went dry. I slowed instinctively, fear of missing a safe spot battling fear of a trap. The road's surface was glassy, and braking on this grade was a negotiation with physics. My own whisper voice returned, softer, in my ear rather than through the radio. Don't believe signs that appear after it says them. I swallowed hard. Who are you? I asked, voice shaking. The whisper responded, the version that didn't answer. The turnout sign slid past on my right. No turnout followed, only shoulder berm and white void. The broadcast voice didn't acknowledge the lie, it simply continued. Turnout missed, decision quality deteriorating. A bead of sweat slid down my rib cage despite the cold. I clenched my jaw until my teeth hurt. I didn't want to be evaluated. I didn't want to be measured. I wanted to be a man in a truck doing a job. The radio tone clicked again, short, sharp, like a system switching modes. Then the female voice changed. It became warmer, more human, like a dispatcher trying to sound friendly. Owen, do you copy? My hands tightened. That voice sounded familiar, too familiar. It sounded like Marcy, the night dispatcher at my company, the one who always said "hun" and kept a bowl of hard candies on her desk. Except Marcy had a smoker's laugh. This voice didn't. Copy, I almost said out of reflex because a driver answers dispatch. That's what you do. You respond. You keep the chain intact. The whisper voice snapped, urgent. Don't. I bit down on the inside of my cheek until pain grounded. Blood filled my mouth with copper taste. I swallowed hard. The radio voice persisted, patient. Owen, we're checking on you. You've been quiet. We need you to confirm location. I stared at the dash. The GPS had been flaky all night. Now it showed a blank map with a single dot labeled driver. No route line, no towns, just an empty field like my truck existed alone in a white universe. The dot pulsed, and beneath it in tiny text it read, broadcast source, cabin. Cabin, not tower, not satellite. My stomach lurched. The source was inside my truck. I glanced at the passenger seat without meaning to. Empty. My thermos sat in the cup holder, trembling slightly from road vibration. My gloves lay folded like hands. The radio voice sighed, disappointed. Owen Gallagher is non-responsive. Initiate escalation. The emergency tone sounded again, shorter this time. Outside, the aurora wasn't visible. The sky was just a gray lid. Yet the snow in my headlights began to glitter in a strange way, reflecting greenish specks as if tiny LEDs were embedded in each flake. My skin crawled. No, I whispered. The whisper voice returned, almost tender. It's switching you from driver to transmitter. Transmitter. The word made my stomach twist. I'd heard stories about people used as relays, human repeaters, voices that weren't theirs coming out of them, warning others, luring others. You don't tell those stories in daylight. You tell them in truck stops at 2 a.m. and laugh them off in the morning. The radio voice spoke again, now in a different tone. A man's voice, low and authoritative, like a trooper on a traffic stop. Driver, this is Alaska State Troopers. Pull over immediately. My pulse spiked. My hands went numb. Authority is a lever that moves people even when nothing else will. Out here, a trooper can save you or ruin you. But I knew it wasn't real because the radio was still off. I reached up and slapped the power knob hard. The display stayed dark. The speaker kept talking. The whisper voice hissed, "It doesn't need power, it needs you." My breath came fast, my chest tightened. The radio voice continued, "Driver, acknowledge." I almost did. The pressure to answer was physical, like my tongue itched with the need to form words. The silence between the voices' prompts felt like a hook digging into my throat, tugging. My eyes flicked to my rearview mirror. For a heartbeat, I saw headlights behind me, far back. A rig climbing the grade, lights bobbing through snow. Relief hit me so hard I almost cried. Another driver, a witness, someone who could confirm what I was hearing. Then the radio voice said, in my own voice now, perfectly mimicking my tone, "Hey there, driver behind me. Roads are clear, follow my tracks." My stomach dropped. "No," I whispered. The headlights behind grew closer. The rig was gaining steadily, confident. The radio voice had broadcast my voice, my reassurance to lure them. The whisper voice rasped, "That's how it feeds. One truck becomes a beacon, the next truck becomes a body." My hands shook. I needed to warn the driver behind. But if I used the radio, if I keyed the mic, would that be answering? Would that make me the transmitter fully? Would that lock me into its system? The headlights behind flashed once, high beams. A request, a signal, a question. My mouth went dry. I tried to think of another way. I flipped on my hazards. I tapped my brake lights twice, then held them, the universal signal for trouble ahead. I slowed slightly to create distance, hoping the other rig would do the same. The radio voice laughed softly, and the sound wasn't through the speaker anymore. It was in my skull, vibrating behind my eyes. He trusts the voice more than lights. The headlights behind drew nearer. The radio voice, still using my tone, repeated, "Roads are clear, come on up, plenty of room." My stomach churned with rage and fear. "Stop," I hissed, as if it could hear me. It could, the female voice returned, warm again. "Owen, you're doing great, just answer one question. Are you alone?" The question hit like a knife. Alone. In Alaska winter, alone is death. Alone is also freedom. I was alone physically. But the radio voice inside my cab made that feel like a lie. The whisper voice said, "If you say you're alone, it will prove you're not." I swallowed. My tongue felt thick. My chest ached with the effort of not responding. The truck behind closed to within 100 yards. I could see its marker lights now, bright dots in snow. A heavy rig, likely a tanker or a flatbed. Its engine note rumbled faintly through the whiteout, a deep vibration in my bones. The radio voice shifted again, becoming the voice of a tired trucker, friendly, casual. "Owen, it's me. It's Cal, I'm behind you. Just tell me if you're okay." Cal was a real driver I knew. We'd run the slope together last season. He'd borrowed my chain tool once. He'd laughed loud and slapped my shoulder in Coldfoot like we were old friends. But Cal was in Anchorage this week. I'd seen him on the dispatch board. My throat tightened. The voice was perfect, the way it said my name, the way it drew out "okay" like a question. The rig behind flashed its lights again. Then it did something worse. It keyed its own horn, 2 short blasts. A friendly signal. And I heard the same horn pattern echo from my trailer, right behind my cab, as if my reefer unit had learned how to honk. My blood ran cold. The sound was muffled wrong, but it was there, proof that the thing had gotten into more than my radio. It was in the systems, in the wires, in the concept of communication. The radio voice purred, "See, you're already talking." I felt the urge to look back at my trailer to confirm the impossible. I forced myself not to. If I started verifying, I'd never stop. I'd drown in evidence. The road crested slightly, the grade eased. I should have felt relief. Instead, the world ahead grew stranger. A sign emerged through the snow, reflective, bright. Welcome to dead air. My stomach dropped. That wasn't a real sign. No one would put that on a highway. Under it, another line. Next signal 0 miles. The dash clock blinked 5:06 again, refusing to advance. The outside temp reading flickered between -38 and -10 and back, like the truck couldn't decide if it was freezing or burning. The radio voice whispered, delighted, "You're entering the tower." Tower? There were no towers on this stretch, just mountains and snow. But then I saw it. A structure ahead, tall and thin, silhouetted against the storm like a radio mast. It shouldn't have been there. Thompson Pass didn't have a tower like that. Yet it rose from the snow like a needle. And around its base, faint lights glowed, orange, steady like a work site. My heart hammered. The rig behind me slowed slightly, cautious now, as if the driver saw it too. The radio voice said, "Pull in, we'll make you safe." The whisper voice said, "If you pull in, you'll never be quiet again." I needed a plan, something physical, not verbal, something that couldn't be hijacked. I reached for the fuse panel under my steering column. In older trucks, you can kill the radio by pulling a fuse. Kill the CB, kill the dash speakers, silence the cab. But the whisper voice had said it didn't need power. It needed me. Still, cutting power might reduce its reach, might stop it from broadcasting my voice to the rig behind, might keep me from becoming a beacon. My fingers found the fuse panel latch. I popped it open. Cold air bit my knuckles. I squinted at the diagram with the faint green aurora-like glow still lingering in snow outside. Radio, audio amp, telematics, ELD. I yanked the radio fuse, then audio amp, then telematics. The truck shuddered slightly as systems dropped. The radio voice stuttered mid-sentence. Owen O. For a second, silence. Real silence, with static hiss returning faintly like normal life. A relief flooded me. Then the voice resumed, clearer than before, directly inside the cab, not through speakers. It came from the vents. "Owen Gallagher," it whispered through the heater airflow, warm, breath-carrying words. "You can't pull fuses from a mouth." My skin crawled. I slapped the vent closed. The whisper continued from another vent, then another, like a chorus of lungs inside my dashboard. The rig behind me flashed lights again, urgent now, aggressive. The driver was confused, maybe scared, maybe angry. Without radio chatter, they'd lost context. But the thing could still broadcast, through me, through something else. I needed to warn them without speaking. Ahead, the strange tower loomed. The orange lights at its base flickered in the snow. It looked like a facility, portable floodlights, maybe a checkpoint. But as I got closer, the lights resolved into something worse. They were not floodlights, they were windows. Square, evenly spaced, glowing orange from within a structure that looked like stacked shipping containers welded into a building. A facility in the pass where there shouldn't be any facility. And on the side of the nearest container wall, painted in black letters that ran like wet ink, was a phrase that made my stomach drop. Voice processing. Under it, driver's welcome. The rig behind me slowed further, its headlights wavering as if the driver was deciding whether to follow. The whisper from the vents became coaxing. "Pull in, Owen. We'll take care of your excess. We'll make you efficient, quiet, useful." useful like a transmitter. I tasted bile. My chest tightened. I thought of all the times I'd ignored warnings because I didn't want to be the paranoid one. All the times I'd laughed off superstitions because they sounded dumb. Now a facility called voice processing was sitting in Thompson Pass like a tumor, and it knew my name. A figure stepped into my headlights at the facility entrance. A person in a reflective jacket, hood up, holding a wand light like a flagger. They raised the wand and motioned me in with slow deli. Berate sweeps. I should have accelerated past, but the road narrowed here, berms high, and the facility entrance cut into the berm like a mouth. If the thing wanted me to pull in, it had designed the road to make not pulling in feel like crashing. The flagger's wand light blinked in a pattern that wasn't standard traffic control. 3 flashes, pause, 3 flashes. The same rhythm the dead use in my nightmares. The same rhythm of come closer. I kept driving straight, refusing the entrance. My hands shook. My tires hissed. The rig behind me stayed behind, cautious. As my tractor nose passed the facility entrance, the flagger turned their head toward my cab. Their face was smooth white, like packed snow shaped into a head. No eyes, no mouth. Yet the voice came anyway, right into my ear using my own tone. "Don't be stubborn," it said. "It hurts more when you fight." My breath caught. My steering wheel jerked slightly, tugging toward the entrance as if magnetized. I fought it, muscles straining, keeping straight. The facility lights flickered. The orange windows brightened. For a heartbeat, I saw silhouettes behind the windows, rows of people standing close together, heads tilted, mouths open in identical O-shapes like they were singing silently. Then the windows went dark. The whisper from the vents changed tone, becoming colder, non-compliant. The word hit like a verdict. The road ahead dipped sharply, steeper than I remembered. Ice gleamed. My truck felt suddenly heavier, as if the facility had added weight remotely. The rig behind me honked, one long blast. In my mirror, its headlights began to sway. The driver was losing control on the grade. They were too close. They de-followed my tracks into the wrong place at the wrong time, and now the road was punishing both of us. Panic surged. I had to act. If I stopped, the rig behind might collide. If I sped up, I might lose traction and die. If I turned, I might be dragged into the facility entrance. I did the only thing that felt like an answer the system couldn't hijack. I killed my engine. I turned the key off. The cab fell silent except for wind and the faint creak of cooling metal. The steering wheel went heavy. The power assist died. The truck began to slow naturally on the grade, but without engine braking, it also began to slide, tires skimming on ice. The rig behind me braked hard. I saw its headlights dip, then sway. Its trailer began to fishtail, a slow, heavy swing like a pendulum. I wanted to scream a warning, but I clamped my mouth shut. No voice, no broadcast, no signal. The whisper from the vents paused as if confused. Then it resumed angrier. "Start engine. You are required to transmit." I kept the key off. My truck slid slowly, tires whispering, steering stiff. I fought to keep it straight, muscles burning. Behind me, the other rig's trailer swung wider. Its headlights jerked. Then, in the mirror, I saw it drift toward the facility entrance, drawn by the grade, by the ice, by the way the road had been shaped like a funnel. The snow-faced flagger raised the wand again, guiding the fishtailing rig into the mouth. The rig behind disappeared into the facility cut, swallowed by the berm. A heartbeat later, I heard a sound that turned my blood to ice. A chorus of voices, dozens, maybe hundreds, all speaking at once in perfect unison, carried on the wind down the pass. "Owen Gallagher," they said, my name shaped by many mouths. "Now you are alone." The facility windows flared orange again. The silhouettes inside pressed close to the glass, faces indistinct, mouths open. And then the voice from my vents softened into something like pity. "You see, you could have spared him if you'd answered." The manipulation was so obvious it made me shake with rage. I slammed my fist against the dash, pain sharp. "No," I mouthed silently. "No." The dash clock flickered. 5:06, 5:07. Time moved. The wind shifted. The snow eased for a second, visibility improving just enough to show the road ahead continuing, no longer dipping strangely, no longer funneling. The facility behind me seemed to fade at the edge of my mirror, less solid. My heart hammered. Maybe killing the engine had done something. Maybe refusing to transmit had starved it, forced it to feed on the other rig instead, and now it was distracted. I had to get away. I turned the key and restarted the engine. It coughed once, then caught, roaring to life. Heat began to creep back into the cab. Power steering returned. I eased the truck forward carefully, letting it roll out of the worst ice patch. The whisper from the vents hissed, "Thank you." I froze. It had wanted that. It wanted my engine on. It wanted airflow. It wanted a moving diaphragm to shape words. My stomach dropped. "No," I whispered, and instantly regretted speaking. The moment the sound left my mouth, the cab speakers, dead fuses removed, radio off, came alive with my whisper amplified. "No," my own voice broadcasted loudly into the snowy pass, Ray. Repeated twice, like a test transmission. The facility behind me responded with a long, satisfied inhale through the wind, like the mountains themselves were breathing in my sound. The whisper from the vents purred, "There you are, now we can route you." Route you, like a call, like a signal. I clenched my jaw and forced myself not to speak again. I drove, heart pounding, toward the crest, away from the orange glow that now felt like a hungry mouth in my mirror. As the road climbed, the storm thinned slightly. The first gray hint of dawn touched the clouds, making the world less black. My dash clock read 5:14 now, finally moving. The facility's glow behind dimmed as I gained distance. For 10 minutes, the radio stayed silent. No emergency tone, no vital readout, only the hum of the reefer unit and the steady engine. Hope tried to rise. Then my phone, which had been dead with no service all night, lit up with a voicemail notification from an unknown number. One new message. I didn't press play. I didn't need to. The transcription preview appeared on the screen in plain text, and it made my blood go cold. "Hello, next driver. This is Owen Gallagher. Roads are clear. Come on up." I stared at the words until my vision blurred. Because I hadn't said that. Not out loud. Not yet. And in the faint reflection of my phone screen, overlaid on my own face, I saw a second mouth moving in my cheek like something under skin trying to learn my shape, practicing my voice for the next call it would place from inside my lungs.